Chat. Hello. Can anyone hear me? Is it time? Am I doing the thing? It would seem perhaps I'm being heard on the internet. Can someone confirm that? I'm always paranoid. My mic never works at the start, even though it should work fine, because it always does. You hear me? Good. Good, 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 good. Always good news that technology is not failing me yet. Don't mind me, I've just been getting fucking eviscerated by bugs for the past hour while I'm setting this stuff up. Oh my god, man. I was still hoping it was like early enough in the year to the point where the bugs wouldn't be that bad, but my god, man, my legs are just absolutely destroyed. So that sucks. I got the fire going early, partially because of that, and also because I wanted to get the heat going ASAP. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this distraction because my legs are so itchy right now. Oh my god, man. It is not pleasant. Not pleasant. Okay. The great outdoors indeed. Eviscerated bugs equal bugs confirmed. Dude, it's so bad. Oh my god, man. So bad. I walked into like a little woodsy section of this park a little earlier and it was, I could feel like 5 of them on me at the same time. It was horrible. Horrible. Alright, anyways. Hi, hello, what's up? Let me stoke this fire a little bit. Yes, I got it going early. I'm sorry you didn't get to see the process of me starting a fire because I know that's always an adventure, but I wanted to make sure the heat was nice and roaring by the time we actually need it, because we're going to be utilizing this very fire right here for the cooking today. Yeah, shocker, right? Yeah, who could have seen that coming? Yeah. Like that one up there. That'll work for now. Alright, so it is the birthday stream, in case you're wondering, mine. Technically, my birthday was yesterday, but today was observing the birthday since yesterday. We had a whole lot of rating to do, so yesterday just wasn't the play. But today we're doing the observed, and we're going to try to get a little fancy with it. So first things first, before anything else, I'd like a beverage because I'd like to take my mind off the fact that my legs are really, really itchy right now. So let's get out the magical glass. Oh my. I know a lot of people were wondering what I was going to be drinking today, so now you finally get to find out, I guess. How exciting. We'll be drinking a couple of things, but we're starting off, of course, with something nice and basic and easy. All right. Okay. Oy. Now, something I am realizing is that this table, in fact, right where I'm sitting, is kind of directly into where the smoke is blowing. That is not ideal. Remains to be seen how much of a problem this will be for the rest of the stream, but I am starting to wonder if I should maybe consider moving the table a little bit. Because, yeah, I don't want to just be, like, getting smoked out the entire time. I don't know. Happy belated birthday. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I know the smoke will keep the bugs away. That'll help. But I also don't want to be, like, directly within the smoke blowing in my face the entire time. That would not be particularly pleasant. So maybe, do I move the table forward or backwards? You can tell right now, like, it's going literally, like, straight this way into the table. You know what I'll do before I figure that out? We're going to pour the beer, because I'm thirsty. So, for those wondering, I went to the same brewery that I've gone to the past couple of times when I came to the site. And oh, by the way, in case you don't recognize the site, this is the same site that we did the last cooking stream. This is the same site that we did the camping stream before we started the ranking, and ironically we came right back for the first cooking stream after the rankings, so coming full circle. That's the site I normally use right there, but I wanted this extra large pit this time around for our shenanigans that we're doing today. But there's my little mini murder cabin that I'm staying in there. The ageless Honda Civic right there, classic. And so it's a nice little comfy park that's actually relatively close to society, even though it might not look like it from every single angle. And it's just about perfect because it's always empty during the weekdays when I come here, and it's got all the amenities you would want. And you don't have to be quite as primitive as sleeping in a tent, which, like, I don't mind doing, but I'd rather just little murder cabin's nice too. It's not a snowy area. It would have been about 3 months ago, but yeah, not so much anymore. The last time I came here, so I'll give some background into why we came back here. Last time I came back here, it was colder, not like unbearably cold, but it was colder for sure. This was April 1st, or sorry, Thanksgiving, of course. And I came here to do the turkey tender stream, right? The Raising Cane's Giving. And if you'll remember from that stream, it was extremely windy to the point where my camera kept falling over, and that wasn't good. It bugged out the sound each time. And I was just I had to rush it because I knew rain was coming, so I needed to finish the stream before it started pouring outside. So frankly, I wasn't super happy with the quality of that stream. I wasn't super happy with how that stream ultimately turned out. It was still fun, the end result was still tasty, and I think chat still had fun, but I was a little frustrated by that one. So I wanted to come back and kind of get redemption, I guess, at this site, and overall just get cooking redemption overall. So we're back at this site. It's one of my favorite sites to stream at, as far as like the remote camping sites, just because cell phone reception is thankfully always pristine, and the venue's nice, and it's got all the camping amenities and all the stuff you'd ever need. Cool. All right. Cozy cooking time. Yes, sir. Oh, shit. What's up? Whiskey Thunder coming in. How about you? 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. All 5 will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and birthday fund. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. Speaking of which, let's pop open the birthday beer, shall we? Now, got a whole ass growler that I got when I went to the same brewery I've gone to the past couple of times when I've come to this campsite. It's a brewery called People's Brewery, although this growler is from Copacetic, RIP in peace. And we got ourselves a giant growler of beer that we're going to consume over the course of the next few hours. So, this specifically is a wheat ale called Farmer's Daughter. So yes, I will be enjoying Farmer's Daughter today, directly into me. And I've had this one a couple of times before. It's a very light, basic, super easy to drink beer. So we actually kind of had this discussion on stream yesterday, right? There's a time and place for like super light, easy to drink, low ABV beer. And stuff like this is exactly the time you do it for, right? Like stuff like this is when like, okay, you want to have the, you want to have something that you can just kind of like enjoy when it's like, it's not like it's extremely hot out here, but it's like in the high 70s. I have no idea what that is in Celsius, but bugs, go away, shoo shoo. Smoke needs to actually start up again, ironically. So, anyways, let's pour this bad boy and get some of the beer flowing, shall we? Can I touch that grass? No, that is actually fake AI generated grass right there. I'm actually in a warehouse right now. I'm not actually legally allowed to actually go outside, despite what you may think. All right, here we go. Cheers, chat. First of a few tonight. Let's enjoy a nice little birthday observed stream. Cheers. Ah, that's nice. Refreshing, just the right bite to it, tasty, very drinkable. Cheers. We'll enjoy some other, perhaps fancier stuff later tonight, but this is a good start. It's all simulation, indeed. Okay, so what are we doing today? Well, it is the birthday stream, and for some true OGs that might be around, you would know that a couple of years ago, I also did a birthday stream, also at a campground. It was the one at Bachelor Run, if you remember correctly. That was the one where we played like mini golf, and I was dressed up in a suit. It was a whole thing. Now, probably the number one biggest bummer about that stream, unfortunately, was the fact that it ended up being pre-recorded, and I had to present it later. So I didn't actually stream it live, like as it was happening, because I went to that site, I tested the reception there, it worked when I tested it, and then when I came back to do the thing live, it didn't work that time. So I was bummed and had to pre-record it, but anyways, I ended up presenting it later. It was a fun time, regardless. Had the scuffed collar, yeah, exactly. And so if you remember correctly from that stream, we made beef Wellington. Now, it ended up ultimately at the very end of the stream working out and being tasty and being ultimately something that I would call a success. But the process to get to that point was pretty scuffed, especially the part where I was trying to like bake it in my Dutch oven over the campfire. It didn't really work. I ended up having to pull out the emergency propane stove and basically baking it over that. And so it ultimately worked, but not in the way I was hoping to make it work. And it wasn't live, so it was not as fun as it could have been. It was still fun, but it could have been better. So for probably the first time, well, okay, one of the first times ever, we're going to do like a cooking redemption stream today. We're going to make the exact same dish that we made 2 years ago for the birthday stream. We are once again going to be making beef Wellington tonight. Now, for those that don't remember from the last time I did it, it's not like pure, I guess like, it's not like a pure traditional beef Wellington, let's put it that way. I guess you'll find out later what I mean by that. It's going to be mostly faithful, but it's going to be a little, well, okay, it's the same recipe as last time, so it's Cowboy Kent Rollins recipe, which means that it's Cowboy beef Wellington? Is that a thing? I don't know, sure. So yeah, we're going to try to redeem the beef Wellington from last time. Not to say that it didn't turn out well last time, but the process to cook it was a failure, unfortunately. And the fact that I couldn't do it live was unfortunate. So this time, we're going to do it live. We are also going to be cooking, as a side dish, some corn pudding. Doesn't necessarily have like a direct relation to beef Wellington in any way, But I was trying to think of a nice side dish to make, and I was trying to go through like, what's like a fancy side dish that would go with beef Wellington? I couldn't think of anything, and eventually I settled on like, well, a side dish I really like, and it's more traditionally like a southern like barbecue type of side dish, is corn pudding, which, if you don't know what that is, it's essentially, it's kind of like bread pudding, I guess, but it's more, well, corn-based, obviously. And it's like creamy and a little bready, and it's absolutely delicious. So I was like, you know what, I've never tried to make that before. I think that'd be a fun one to try to make, and hopefully relatively easy, maybe. I don't know. What's up, Chef DeMarco coming in, hop the gifted tier 1 sub. Please don't judge me for my beef Wellington skills. I'm sure you'll be horrified, but thank you, sir. That sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and Cooking Fund. Am I becoming a 40-year-old streamer today? No. It's really weird. I'm turning 29 for the 4th year in a row. I don't know really how that works or why exactly my age stopped progressing, but for some reason I'm just stuck at 29, so that's a shame, isn't it? Anyways, okay, so when's next cooking stream? It's hard to say, man. You never know. You never know. I had a car coming up here. I swear to God, if someone else is staying at, like, this place, that'll be mildly annoying. Hello. Why are they here? What are they doing here? Oh, which one are you staying in? Hopefully they can just use the other site. Oh. Anyways, bread pudding is awesome, easy on the bourbon, or the taste will be too much. What? Oh, as in like in the recipe. I was gonna say like easy on the bourbon that I'm drinking tonight. What? Huh? Tell them Lido says hi. Okay, they're literally pulling up right next to where I am. Oh, are they going away? I know you can't see them, but okay, now they're driving away. Shoo shoo. Go away. Leave me alone. It's a Wednesday. You're not camping here on a Wednesday. Come on. All right. Good. All right. People. Very annoying. Anyways, okay, so I've gotten the fire going because we're going to try to ultimately make like a little oven in this little fire ring here. This is an extra large fire ring. I haven't used this one before at this park, even though I've seen it here, but I've never needed a fire ring this large. But I'm using this one because we're going to try to make like a ghetto oven solution today. Similar, I guess, to maybe some other potential ghetto ovens that I've made in the past, but this one will be a little bit different, or at least a little bit modified, if you will. So I've got the fire going early, largely because I wanted to try to start building a large bed of coals as soon as I possibly could, because I kind of want coals for an oven sort of situation. Plus, I might end up cheating and using charcoal as well, but for now, at least, we're trying to get as many hot coals as we can. Oh shit, it's a little frog. Hey, sup, bud? Okay, stay right there, okay? I mean, stay. You're gonna be on stream. Oh, a little something in the grass. I was like, is that a bug? No, it's too large to be a bug. It's a frog. Hold on. You're still there, bud? Oh, yeah, he's still there. Yeah. All right, see if you can see him right here. He's right here. Hey, bud. Oh, yeah, what's up? It's okay. I'm not going to do anything to you, bud. Yeah, what's up? Little guy. Oh. Oh, okay. Can you still see him? Oh, he's there. He's there. Hey, bud. What's up? Anyways, sorry, little frog break. The joys of beautiful Indiana wildlife. Wow. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. Yeah, I know, right? It's impressive simulation for sure. Okay, anyways, Joel's cousin? I don't know if fish and frogs are directly related, but if you want to, then sure. Anyways, okay. So, we should get started on the beef Wellington. I don't want this to take way too long. I mean, we got plenty of time. Unlike last time, I'm not worried about inclement weather. It's supposed to be dry and warm the entire rest of the night and not windy, thank God. Technically, there's a very small chance of like showers, but I think we'll be all right. All right, so. Am I making beef Wellington? Yes, sir. Exclamation point recipes in the chat. So, trying to think, what should I start making first? At some point, we're going to need to simultaneously bake the corn pudding and the beef Wellington, but I'm going to have to prep stuff in advance for both. I'm going to want to sear the fillets at some point. Right now, fire is probably not quite ready for that, although, no, actually, it probably could be if I needed it to be, but, I should have thought this more in advance, I will admit, but okay, let me think of the order we're going to have to do this in. We're going to have to do the fillets first, and then because they want to rest for a bit, and then we're going to want to prepare like the beef Wellington filling, Oh, and then I also need to cook separately bacon plus onions for the corn pudding. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to prep the onion first, okay? And then by then, I think the fire should be good to go for the beef Wellington, or sorry, for the fillets that we can just like put right on top of there and start searing for a bit. And then after that, we can do the bacon plus the onions in the skillet, take those out, put those off to the side, and then work on the mushroom stuff. I need to chop up the mushrooms as well. And then after that, we can work on our ghetto oven. That seems good. Okay, good, excellent. Let's start by prepping the veggies in that case. Let's prep the onion and let's prep the mushrooms. Cool. So let's pull out man's cutting board. Last time I brought my small cutting board and that was not nearly large enough, so I brought the large one. Yes, I know. If you want to make fun of me for my questionable looking cutting board, feel free, but it's a classic tradition at this point. Hasn't killed me yet. Corn pudding first. Well, the bake time for both is going to be about the same. It's going to be about 45 minutes for both. So in theory, I'd like to get them into the oven about the same time. So we're going to try to time it in a way where I get them in the same time. That being said, we'll see. I don't know how much space I'll have in there. I'll show you the setup there in a little while, but I'm hoping I'll be able to do the beef Wellington plus the corn pudding simultaneously in there. But if I have to do them separately, I can. It's not the end of the world. Small white cutting board. Believe it or not, this is my large cutting board. It's gonna have to get the job done. Eating by 10 p.m. Oh, strap in. You always know these cooking streams take way longer than you think they should. I can guarantee it'll be probably 3 or 4 hours until we're ready to eat. But that's the fun in it, right? I was at least smart and made sure to eat something before I came here, because I always make that mistake of not eating enough before I come here and I'm starving like an hour into the stream and the food's not even close to done. But this time around, I was smart enough to actually prepare in advance and eat some stuff like right before I left, so in theory I should be okay. I don't know, maybe, we'll see. Cutting board's what keeps me youthful. Yeah, the more scuffed my cooking setup is, the younger it makes me look, right? Alright, so let's get out mushrooms. So, I have them sitting in this cooler here. Oh look, you know what, this actually worked. I put this in this little shooter right here in this cooler thinking like, oh, there's no way I'll remember I put this in. So when I do take it out, I'm gonna be like, oh, well, shit, I guess I gotta take it. I've had this sitting in my kitchen for a long time now. My friends gave it to me when I went to a party of theirs and I've had no idea what to do with it. And so I was like, you know what, this time around, it's my birthday after all. I'll put this in the cooler because I know this will be one of the first things I take out and I'll otherwise forget. So this will remind me, streamer, it's your birthday. All right, fine. Chat. Not like you're obligated to do so, but if you did plan on taking a shot tonight, now is the time to do it. There you go. High quality bourbon there for you kids. Of course. So, twist my arm, fine. Yeah, it's not great. I do prefer fancy scotch over that. That is something, all right. That is technically whiskey. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, delicious. Okay. Cheers, Jack. Anyways, all right. Thank you, past me, for reminding me to do that. Let's get the mushrooms out. Yeah. It's expired. Yeah, I know, right? Hate that expired whiskey. Hate those 18-year-old whiskeys that taste better after all that time. Well, actually, they technically don't age once they're already in the bottle, but let's assume it's been aging. It's been aging like fine wine in my my kitchen this entire time. Okay, so we got to prep the mushrooms, like I said. This will be used for the beef Wellington ultimately, the beef Wellington filling, I guess, if you will. That fire's going good, right? Looking good. I'm pretty confident that we'll have a nice little bed of coals by the time we need it here in 20 or so minutes. I mean, one thing I will need to do, which I'm not totally sure how to do yet, is we need to place this Dutch oven like on top of the fire. This fire pit's too large for a grate, so I kind of just have to put it directly on top of the fire. I don't know how I'll do that yet, because right now it's kind of slanted against the ring. I'll figure that out when the time comes. That's all right. Okay. Let's chop up some mushrooms, shall we? Now, we don't actually need that many mushrooms. We only need like approximately, I think it's like 1 cup of mushrooms, which is not that much once you chop these all up, but we'll kind of do our best to just eyeball this. What will make a cup? Probably like, start with that much. That should probably make a cup. Can always chop more if I need to. Evan Williams and high quality. Interesting interpretation. It's whiskey at the end of the day. As far as I'm concerned, if it's whiskey, it's high quality in my book. Good enough for me. Put this over here. You can actually feel the growler getting kind of warm on one side because it's in the direction of the flames. Okay. Ghetto knife cover that I put on this knife. Don't mind me, just some dude with a kitchen knife in the middle of a campground. Not here to murder anybody unless they approach me in a strange way. It's up stormy weather. Thank you, dude. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit more so that way you guys can see the exciting mushroom chopping experience. See if we can zoom in a way where we can still keep everything in frame here. Okay, that'll probably work. And then let's just get Joel in there, because you gotta have Joel in there, obviously. There you are, bud. What's up, bud? You see Joel right there? Close enough, right? Close enough. Okay, cool. All right, let's chop up some mushrooms here. So this will, like I said, ultimately become the filling for the beef Wellington. Or I don't really know what you call it. I'm assuming it's filling, or the stuff that you put inside in addition to the actual fillet itself. I believe we have to chop these mushrooms, right? So I guess we'll eventually just do the sort of thing once we've done it. Same sort of slice thing to all these. Ooh. Funny thing is, I haven't really ever had beef Wellington in my life outside of the one time that I've already made it for this birthday stream idea, so I'm gonna really be having it for the second time in my life. So ironically, like really, I'm not really 100% sure, I guess, what it's quote-quote supposed to taste like, but I know that last time it was pretty good, so if I can just replicate the tastiness of last time, I guess I'd be fairly happy with that. Hopefully this time around it won't take 4 hours to cook. That's ideally what happens. Hopefully we can cook it within let's call it 3 hours. That'd be acceptable, I guess. Sure. What's up, Hypnotic, coming in hot with the tier 1 sub now for 30 months. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Fancy Beef Wellington Fund. Okay, maybe not that fancy once you find out later what we're using for the pastry part, but I mean, true OGs maybe already know what I'm using, but yeah, appreciate it, dude. What's up, Excuse? Thanks, dude. Like I said, technically it was yesterday, but we're observing it today. By the way, I'm still kind of directly in the smoke of the fire. I do sort of appreciate the fact that it is definitely keeping the bugs away now. That is nice, but at the same time, not sure if I want to have like smoke blowing in my face the entire time. We might have to ultimately move this table a bit. I mean, as long as the fire's like kind of roaring and not petering out, it's not going to produce too much smoke, but that could ultimately change later once we have it more down to like a situation where the coals are smoldering, I suppose. All right, chopping them up, chopping them up. Now, whenever I cook with mushrooms, I'm always consistently surprised by how much they reduce down once you cook them, so I'm not going to be too paranoid about the size of the chopped up mushrooms here, because ultimately once we cook them, they'll get nice and small anyways. Like I said, we were supposed to have a cup. That seems like to me like it's going to be about a cup. In fact, if anything, that's more than a cup, but actually, well, you know what? No, it's more than a cup, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close. I'm willing to call that close enough. If anything, I'm a mushroom enjoyer. And because of that, I don't mind having a little bit extra. Don't fuck those fingers, bud. Knock on wood, of course, but I've still yet to give myself a significant bodily injury during my cooking streams. You would think at this point I would have sliced something off, and yet somehow I've actually kept all of my appendages intact, which is a minor miracle. So, yeah, here's hoping we continue that trend. Did I watch last night's Angels game? Dude, I haven't watched like a full Angels game now in a couple of years. It's so depressing to be a fan of that team, man. It's like, it's so hard to find a reason to continue watching and rooting for that team. So I watched the highlights. I know what happened, of course. Is it weird that I almost root for them to lose now, just so that way maybe it'll expedite the process where they can ultimately pull themselves out of this hole that they're currently in, this decade-long hole? Yeah, good times. Anyways, where's my paper plates? There they are. Okay. Mushrooms are Gucci. Way more mushrooms. I don't know. I love just mushrooms. If you just cook them over a fire or just over a source of heat, put something like some butter, some salt, pepper on them. They're already like delicious as is. I'd be tempted to use those extra mushrooms later as literally just like a snack, which I realize is kind of an odd snack food, but it's my birthday. I can do what I want. Yeah. All right, cool. Mushrooms. Awesome. All right. Next up, let's do the onion. In here somewhere. Got my trusty Lowe's box here back here as always. The classic. Mushrooms are bomb, fuck the hater. I don't know if anyone was hating on mushrooms, but mushrooms I know are sometimes a little polarizing. Some people can't stand them, and some people... I love mushrooms. As long as they're like, frankly, raw or cooked, they're delicious. But not for everyone, I guess. All right, now, we got a giant-ass white onion. We don't need this whole white onion literally just for either just the beef Wellington or the corn pudding. We're using it for both. So I just bought a giant onion so I can basically cover both. So the beef Wellington's it calls for half a white onion. So I guess I'll chop like half of this. And I think the other recipe calls for, it's not even that much. It's just one medium onion. Okay, so like this is like a giant onion. So basically if I chop like a quarter of this, it'll basically be half an onion, half of like a regular sized onion. And then if I use the rest of it, that'll basically be the size of a full onion. So, okay, that was the plan. Yeah. All right. So let me chop like that, I guess. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Throwing the shades when cutting the onion. Is that gonna work? If anything, I can look cool while I do it, sure. Any excuse to put on shades and look like a cool kid. Oh yeah. There we go, baby. The one pair of sunglasses that I own and will continue to just wear until they ultimately wear out or I lose them. That's usually how sunglasses go for me. I think in the entirety of like my adult life, I've owned 3 pairs of sunglasses. I just wear it until I, like I said, lose them or they wear out. I'm not cool enough to own multiple pairs of sunglasses. I don't know how you get to that point, but I'm not there yet. Okay, that is burning down nicely. That is getting to the point where we could definitely cook over it pretty soon. Add another log to it though, just to make sure the heat levels stay nice and hot. In fact, you know what I want? I want to ultimately make this so that it'll be a somewhat level cooking surface. So I should probably put this log on in a way that's going to facilitate that. That'll be the best way to do that. All right, let's move this a little bit this way. Oh yeah, we got a nice bed of coals going in there. That's beautiful. Okay, I think, so I'll put this right here, I think. Yeah, there we go. If I put that there, I think ultimately that'll allow me to put this on top in a way that'll be like sort of even. Like that maybe? Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. And maybe one more on there too, just one like small piece. Yeah, this one. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Okay, cool. Okay, anyways. What's up? Oh shit, hot cakes coming in hot with the Tier 1 7.5. Tier 1 7.5 for 79 months. Wilderness man builds fire. Yeah, weirdly, like, so normally I'd build a fire on stream. I didn't do it this time. I did it before stream because I wanted to get it burning early. And ironically, like, normally I struggle to start fires on the stream. That's something I'm kind of infamous for that I'm sure you guys are aware of. This time around, I absolutely nailed it. This time around, the fire went, I got it going immediately. It lit, just went whoosh, and kept burning the whole time. And I just like kind of babysat it properly to the point where it never fizzled down. So it's a little unfortunate that this time around I built it off stream, because ironically this time around probably been my most impressive fire building effort yet, but you guys will never know. Oh well. Why did I chop the onion this way? It's not normally the way I chop onions, but that's okay. I'll just kind of YOLO it. It'll work. Whatever. This is not normally the way you're supposed to chop onions, I'm aware, but ultimately, if we just cook this in a skillet and I'll reduce it down into a nice little thing, it's not really that big of a deal if they're not exactly the same size. Especially if we just do that sort of thing here. Oh man, like, it's funny, now the bugs are totally gone now that I got the fire going. I really should have just gotten that immediately going as soon as I got here in hindsight, but oh well. Can't tell, are my eyes burning because of the onion or because of the smoke blowing in my face? Hard to say. Okay, so this was the half onion, right? So I guess I'm supposed to use this for the beef Wellington. Okay. What's up? I am Brian, coming in hot with the cheeky tier 1 sub for 51 months. My God, that's a lot of months, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. That sub will also go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Beef Wellington Fund. Appreciate you, dude. One of the OG oil princes right there. Wow. All right. It's been a while, friends. It has been a long-ass time since we've done a cooking stream. Like, I haven't been able to do one, like, basically, literally the day before ranking started is the last time I did one, and ironically, it was right at this exact same site, so yeah, good to be back in the cooking stream train, boys, because I like doing these more frequently than just like once every month or 2 months, but it was just hard to do it when the ranking nightmare was a thing. But finally, we're to the point where it's like we're back to sort of stabilized, I guess, as far as the balance of content is concerned. Thank God. All right. Why is my laptop not connected to the internet? My phone still is, so I can still see you, chat, but laptop's struggling. Anyways, okay, so... Oh, you know what? Okay, no, yeah, we're good. Okay. So the onion... when do I add this onion to the... Okay, yeah, so ultimately these two will be combined, so I'm good to just combine these on the same plate. Cool. So that'll be for the beef Wellington filling eventually. Cool. Now I think that fire's getting to the point where it's probably time to put the Dutch oven, the cast iron skillet over there, so that way we can ultimately prepare to get that nice and hot. Nice and hot. 2 knife stream. Fancy. By the way, last time I did the beef Wellington, to go with the theme, I got dressed up all fancy. I considered doing that this time, but I didn't feel like sweating my ass off in this. It's like I said, it's not like hot out here, but it's like high 70s, so it would have been a lot to wear the full blazer plus the collared shirt. So you'll have to excuse me for just going with the comfy tank top, because whenever I stream in like the outdoor environment when it's like warm outside, I always think like whenever I'm not in a tank top, I was like I should have worn a tank top for this, because otherwise I sweat my ass off. Okay, it probably is time to move this table. The smoke, I do appreciate that the smoke is keeping the bugs away. That is nice, but the smoke is just constantly blowing into me. I've got 2 options. I can either move the table this way or I can move it this way. What's the better idea here? The wind's kind of coming from like this direction. You know, whatever way I move, it's gonna be the wrong choice, right? I'm thinking forward. I'm thinking this way. Okay. All right, chat. Time for a bit of an adventure. Hoi. All right. Find you a level spot here. Close enough. Let's take the beer off the table so that way it doesn't spill everywhere. Or just, finish it. All right, let's move this a little forward. Oh, there we go. All right, that should hopefully... I move it forward, and then of course immediately the smoke is blowing in like exactly where the table is. My God, I really know how to plan for these, don't I? Need a distracting table to blow elsewhere. The funny thing is I do have my folding table with me. I put up a decoy table. I don't know, maybe this will be fine. I think for the most part it's going to blow behind me, so I think it's... Let me just move this forward maybe a little bit more. I don't want to move it too much forward because like where I had it was like level. Like where I had it was like in a spot where like the table was actually level, where now it's like kind of sloping downwards this way, so... The joys of live production. I could move it way back here, I guess. I could move it so the fire's in front of me. Like here? Okay, I think that's gonna work actually. Let me do that. All right, this is gonna require a bit of travel, so let me plan for this properly here. Okay, yeah, we're going on a vacation here, chat. Yep, the table's gonna magically move. Oh, okay. All right, everything on the table just kind of stay. Here we go. Oi, what's up, Ranzar? Thanks, bud. Hoi. Let's run back here. Okay. And then like here. Oh, careful, Joel. Oh, okay, careful, bud. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. All right. Table's fairly level right here, and I think that'll keep me mostly out of the smoke now. And as long as the smoke keeps blowing in this general direction, the bug should be not that big of a deal. Okay. That'll work. All right. Should have just thought of this in advance, but what can you do? All right. There we go. Okay. So now the fire can just be in the forefront, I guess. And we can have the cooking going on like back here. What angle do we want here? If you guys are familiar with this campsite in the past, you know the train sounds are always a thing. Smoke always finds its way to your eyes. Yeah, it's funny how that works, huh? Back of the haunted cabin? Yes, sir. Man, the spot's good for avoiding the smoke, but I'll be honest, like for camera angles, it's maybe not ideal. All right, well, I guess we can just keep the fire out of frame for now. I don't know, I like keeping the fire in frame though. It's adds to the mood, the aesthetic, right? All right, let me... Either that or we just remain a little zoomed out, I guess. I don't know, is that the end of the world if I remain a little zoomed out? Maybe not. If I just do it like maybe this, I guess this is fine. You okay with this angle, chat? Is this like close enough to the point where you'll see most of what's going on? It's not gonna be ultra zoomed in, but at the same time, I think it's fine. Okay. Bring you down like this and do like that, maybe? All right, that'll work. Good enough, good enough. Okay, cool. How's the fire looking? Like I said, I think we want to add the cast irons on top of the fire here. In fact, I think it's probably about time. You can see, so I put those logs in the fire in a way where hopefully I can kind of put the cast iron skillet on there in a way where it's going to be able to be nice and level and sort of stable. So, well, one way to find out. This baby's a stream classic at this point. All right. Okay. Let's adjust the logs here a little bit. Coals are looking nice and hot. That was good news. All right, so let's put you right here. Cool. Put you right here. Okay. Perfect. Now we should just be able to kind of place this right there. Oh. Is that stable? Is that going anywhere? I mean, it's not. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Oh. We'll get this, chat. Make it so this is nice and dug in right here. Come on. All right. Now, I don't need this to be like 100% level. It's not a big deal if it's slightly slanted, but I do just need to make sure that it's not going to fall over at any point, because that would be a disaster. Because we only have 2 fillets, and we don't want to waste them. All right. I still wouldn't call this the most stable setup ever. It's okay, but how likely is this to fall over? More likely than I'd prefer, to be honest. I think it'll be fine. Probably. I think it's be okay. It's a little wobbly. It's not exactly like rock steady like I'd prefer it to be, but as long as it's to the point where it's only ever gonna, like, at worst rock back and forth, it's fine. Oh, I think that's actually pretty good right there. Okay, there we go. Now that's in a good spot. That'll work. Okay, cool. So let's just let that, did quite a few wood scraps in there. Maybe get those out so those not being baked into the steak ideally. Ooh. Now keep in mind, we're not actually baking in the cast iron Dutch oven today. I know that would traditionally be what would make the most sense, to bake over a campfire, but ironically, historically I've had difficulties baking over a cast iron Dutch oven, so we're actually going to try our best to avoid using this today for baking, but for cooking stuff like directly over the fire, we're definitely going to use it. All right, cool. So let's get out the fillets for this. Cool. Actually, first things first, before anything else, we need to pour more beer. That's 100% mandatory. Let's do that before anything else. Oi. Hello, chat. Backyard camping goes hard. Dude, I wish this was my backyard. Unfortunately, it's just a public park, but maybe one day, once chat subs enough, I'll be able to own my own place in which I could do this just in my backyard. That would be sick, I'm not gonna lie, but for now, we gotta live with doing it on public land instead. All the rest of the normies do it too. As I said earlier, we're enjoying a wheat ale from the People's Brewery in town where I live. This beer specifically is called the Farmer's Daughter. So yes, I am enjoying the Farmer's Daughter tonight. Cheers. Quite tasty. Okay, so let's get the fillets out. It's officially time to do that whole thing. Now, we're not going to fully cook the fillets to the point where they're ready to eat. We just basically want to sear them to the point where they got a nice little crust going on the outside. So that way, once they're in the quote oven, they just need to like internally cook. Well, shit. They need to internally cook relatively slowly. Spoilers, by the way. They'll need to cook internally relatively slowly since the outside will already be good to go. All right, so. Oh, shit. In fact, I was really, what I should have done is I should have taken these out of the cooler earlier because I need to, that's one thing I completely forgot to do. I got to season these with salt and pepper. Let's do that real quick. I'm a little concerned actually that the fire will probably die down a little bit too much, like at the point where like I'm actually ready to put these over the fire. So I'm actually going to take the cast iron off for now, just put another log on there so it keeps the fire going. Oh, I have no idea what I'm doing, as I'm sure you can tell. All right. There we go. Let those burn. Let's put the. That'll actually make a relatively even cooking surface a little bit later when we need it, I think. Let's season up the fillets. I'm not nearly a fancy enough person to normally buy filet mignons, but for these streams, specifically the birthday ones, I've done both in the past and now. You're worth it, chat. What's up, SebXDD? Thank you, dude. Okay, that'll work. So, I got a couple of fillets here. They're relatively small, but this recipe calls for relatively small fillets, so you don't have to worry about these being too small. Also, it's cheaper if you buy the small ones. Got two of them, so there's one in there, one there. Season these bad boys up with a little salt and pepper. The recipe I'm using calls like, oh, you got to use Cowboy Kent Rollins specifics, Cowboy seasoning, Red River, something. Nah, dude, when it comes to steak, there's really no reason to overcomplicate it. There's really no reason to reinvent the wheel. Season it with salt and pepper, okay? Like that's how the pilgrims did it. That's how the fancy people do it. That's how our future grandchildren will do it. You just use salt and pepper. There's no need to overcomplicate things. Okay. So, don't talk shit in your boy Kent. Oh, don't get me wrong. Kent is he's a legend, absolute legend. He's actually influenced multiple cooking streams that I've done. He's actually, I've used his recipes for the beef Wellington. Come on, stay. I've used his recipes for the beef Wellington. I've used it for the breakfast burrito that was the the cause of the infamous let Dali cook gif, that one. And I think I've used one of others recipes. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been, was it fish tacos? No. It was something else. I don't remember what. Anyways, let's get the salt and pepper up. And season your steak with your great aunt's ashes. Oh my. I don't have any great aunts, or I don't have any great like aunts or uncles that I ever knew. I think my parents just had me when I was too old to really realistically have any great anything. I never had any great grandparents or great anything. Like I was like, funny thing is like even when I was a young kid, I always remember like, even my grandparents already being old. It was never a point where my grandparents were anything besides just already like super crusty. So great grandparents was out of the question. Okay. All right, so getting like generous salt in these bad boys, little kosher salts. As we all know, kosher salt is the salt that tastes the best. The fancier the salt, the better it tastes, or so chat says. We've had this debate before, let's not do it again, but in reality, salt tastes like salt to me. But if I say it's kosher salt, then chat thinks I'm fancier and therefore it tastes better. Okay, a little pepper on those bad boys. Same thing here. What I've learned about steak over the years is make sure it's nice and generous. If you think you over added too much salt and pepper, you didn't. It's fine. Okay. Outdoor cooking, yes sir. What are we cooking today? Doing a little beef Wellington and corn pudding. Exclamation point recipes if you're more interested in that. I've technically made this beef Wellington recipe before, but this was a couple of years ago for my birthday stream 2 years ago. We're giving it another shot since last time it was a little scuffed and I couldn't do it live. So this time is the, I guess, first time cooking the beef Wellington live on the internets. Exciting. There we go. Okay. So while these just sit here and absorb the seasoning or whatever you want to call it, now let's add the cast iron Dutch oven back to the fire, and then I think by the time it's heated back up, it should be good to add these. These are not like ultra, like ideally what you want to do is wait for these to get up to room temperature and then you throw them on there, but they're in the cooler, they weren't like ultra cold, so it should be okay. I think it'll be fine. Ugh. Exclamation point height, I am 4'8". With shoes on. Corn pudding, yes sir. If you've never had corn pudding before, number one, non-American detected, and number two, you really got to try it. Corn pudding is absolutely delicious. Super underrated side dish. All right, so let's once again toss the cast iron Dutch oven back on here. Now, we already went through this adventure, but we're doing it again. How can we stably put this on here in a way where it's not gonna fall over? I think if we just, I mean, it might be slanted a little if I put it here, but like, is that okay? Is that gonna work? Once again, it doesn't have to be totally level, it just needs to be level enough so I can cook stuff relatively evenly. That's pretty stable actually, that's pretty good. I think any of those new logs is actually probably a good idea overall. That's fine, okay, that'll work. I'm used to cooking in a kitchen where everything's perfectly level and close to perfection, but you gotta live with the fact that like when you're outdoors, it's a, more of a, got to be a bit more flexible, I guess. Did the campfire, the camera fall in the campfire before? I mean, last time we were at this place, yeah, that was a problem a couple of times. But last time we were here, it was extremely windy outside, and it was extremely, just kind of scuffed overall. Last time, that's kind of, like I said earlier, that's kind of the reason why I came back to this place so soon. I was a little frustrated by how scuffed the last stream was here, so I wanted to kind of redeem myself in a way where, I don't know, we're at a chill stream unlike last one, which I felt just kind of rushed and kind of stressed the entire time. This time is fine. I'm not stressed. I'm not worried about any sort of time constraints. I can do this for 6 hours right tonight if I want to. All right, so for the, let's see here. For the steaks, I think we want to put olive oil in there. Right? 1 tablespoon of olive oil over the fire. Okay. Get the olive oil out. Now, it says like do it over medium heat. The thing about cooking over a campfire is whatever temperature it is whatever temperature it is. You can't really control it all that precisely, so you just do it the best you can. All right. As long as it's hot enough to the point where the stuff is going to cook, we call that good enough. Corn pudding / corn souffle is poog. I agree. Corn pudding's like super underrated side dish. It's definitely something that's good, like southern cooking. That it's not like I grew up like in a southern area, but every time I go to a southern restaurant, they have corn pudding. That's always the easiest choice of my life. I love corn pudding. It's absolutely delicious. I'm bothered by the fact this is like a little uneven. I'm gonna make a real poor decision and try to even this out a little bit. And ultimately, this is going to cause the Dutch oven to tip over and cause this to be an entire disaster. But I'm doing it anyways because I am not smart. All right, chat, pray for me. Pray for the Dutch oven as well. Oh, that helps a little bit. By the way, I'm sure you can see the entire apparatus here to the other side of the fire pit. It's there for a reason. It's not going to go unused the entire time. That I can promise. Okay, come on, baby. Even out for me. Just like a little bit. It's getting pretty close, but... Oh. Definitely tell it's hot enough. The oil is definitely smoking there. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. All right, so if we just lift this up, put it like here. Oh, no. Oh, okay, there we go. That's good. That's good. That'll work. At the expense of us getting a lot of just random wood shavings into our oil. That's not great. Where's my original fire stick? Oh, there it is. Log is going to crumble 100p and we're going to have an ash Wellington. I hope not. That'd be really sad. It's not like I have extra backup fillets ready to go. So if they just get torched in the fire, then it's just GG. I guess then we're just eating corn pudding and nothing else for dinner tonight. Or I can order takeout since I'm actually in reality not far away from town. All right, whatever. It's going to have a little wood shaving flavor in there. Who cares? It's fine. It's extra flavor. Yeah. All right, let's toss them in. In you go, baby. Wait. Oh, yeah, listen to that. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now, we're only trying to sear the outside, right? We're not trying to fully cook these, so I don't mind that this is actually really hot, because as long as we sear the outside, the inside can remain relatively uncooked. And at least when it comes to cooking beef, it's sort of forgiving. Sorta. Kinda. These are also really expensive. Let's not mess these up. Definitely medium heat. Nah, ain't no way this is medium heat, but that's okay. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world that this is really hot, because like I said, we are trying to sear this and keep the insides sort of uncooked. So I think at the rate that, with how hot this is, I think we flip these almost immediately and let the insides cook later on. Oh, that's really hot in there. Oh, yeah, look at that color, baby. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, that's actually weirdly working out well. Can you see, you can't see the color, hold on. There you go. All right, it's looking good. Oh, camera, don't fall over. Just give these not even that long, TBH. Whoa. What's up, Coral Maker? Coming in half with a cheeky little sub. Happy birthday. Here's 41 months of me pronouncing your name wrong. Is it not Coral Maker? What else would it be? What do you mean wrong? How else would you pronounce your name? It's Coral Maker. It's like quite literally just like, it's just there. It's free real estate. Your name is, how else would you pronounce your name? I'm confused. All right. Oh, I'm not trying to overcook these. Just trying to get a paper plate. Okay, here we go. But thank you, dude. Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. All right. Thank you. There we go. All right. Nice little sear on those bad boys. Whoa, didn't mean to do that. Nice little sear on those bad boys to the point where I think be nice and flavorful later on. Okay. There you go. All right, all right. Now, we intentionally want to let these cool down so that way they That way they don't overcook once they're in the quote oven. I can kind of sort of peer into this so you can see the inside is, I don't know if you can see in the inside of this one. It's definitely not cooked on the inside, which is good. We don't want it cooked on the inside. We just wanted a nice crust on the outside for that extra flavor. Oh. All right, cool. Good news. Put that over there. Take the Dutch oven off the fire. Definitely won't need this fire to burn down a little bit. Right now it is kind of way too hot. It worked fine for the fillets, but we do want to make sure that this is a little cooler for the cooking the rest of the stuff, because the rest of the stuff we don't want like ultra high heat. All right. There we go. Alrighty. Let's go back to prepping the rest of the stuff, shall we? So now that we got the fillets nice and seared, what we want to do next is prep all the filling for the beef Wellington, and we want to prep the, I guess, kind of, I don't know, quote filling, I guess, for the corn pudding. Man, this angle, it's a little unfortunate. I wish this was like a little bit closer to the, fire. I moved the table in the first place for a reason. Whatever. Oh. You'll just have to accept the fact that the fire is burning, and have to adjust my UI when I'm camping, yeah. All right, that'll do. All right, so we need to now prep the corn pudding filling, right? So we got the beef Wellington, the veggies prepped, but the corn pudding we have to do both bacon, and we're gonna wanna do onion. More onion. We already did some onion, but we want to do basically the rest of the onion for the corn pudding. Oh, Joel, come on. There you go, bud. Alrighty. Why is my laptop still struggling to find a connection here? Mildly annoying. Where's my phone? There you are. So, should have downloaded bag. Okay, settle down, bud. I don't understand why my laptop can't connect to just my phone's hotspot. That's normally a thing. Oh well. So, like I said, let's prep the stuff for the corn pudding. So, it's not gonna be much. It's literally just bacon and onion. So let me get out the rest of the onion. We're gonna chop that up. I put that somewhere. Put that in here. Let's get out the bacon, I guess. Boom, that's bacon right there. And then, where did I put that onion? Right in here somewhere. I put it in the same bag that it was originally. That makes sense. All right. Chop up the rest of this bad boy. Okay, so this next recipe calls for an entire medium onion, so we already chopped up basically a third of a large onion, so the final 2/3 of this is going to represent our one large medium onion, or one medium onion, there we go. Now we're going to chop up. You know what, I'm going to just zoom you in, chat. You'll just have to trust me that the fire is still going the whole time. Surely you'll know that's the thing, right? There we go. Let's just get the nice close-up. The campfire's still going, I promise. You'll have to trust me on that one, but still a thing. What's up, little pandy bear? It is, in fact, the cooking stream, as promised. Oh my. All right. Chop you up. I'm going to chop this onion in a bit more of a way that I always do it. Trash bag. It's a big ass onion, Jesus. I'm gonna cut it this way. Do it like this. Oh, come on. Pay no attention to my knife wielding skills. My dagger skill, not very high IRL. You just have to accept the fact that these onions will not be perfectly uniform in shape, but they will still taste the same at the end of the day, and that's what counts. Okay. It's an interesting way to cut an onion. Well, I mean, this onion, I already used like half of it for another reason, so because of that, chopping it, the rest of it's kind of weird, but I don't know. People get super pretentious and super specific about like, oh, that's not how you chop an onion, but at the end of the day, like, you're just going to cook it in a way where like it cooks down to nothing anyway, so it doesn't actually matter what the size of the chunks are. They're all going to be tiny at the end of the day once they've all cooked and released all their moisture. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, careful, beer. Stay. Set them on an EU server? What? Pretty sure this IRL server is located in North America, last I checked. I mean, I guess with generic random tree background, this could be in Europe, but I'm pretty sure, last I checked, I'm in the good old US of A still. Maybe. Alright. This is a weird way to chop an onion, you're not wrong. Don't chop an onion like this at home. Chop an onion in a way that's not going to cut your fingers off. All right, kids? Whatever I do, do the opposite. Okay, there we go. That'll work. The wife wants to know what is the name of my spinning aquatic creature? It's Joel, of course. Chat, indoctrinate Mr. Shirk88 into the Church of Joel. You know him, I know him, we all know him, but he doesn't. And apparently his wife doesn't either, so. There he is. What's up, bud? It's Joel. I mean, he's needs no introduction, really. He's a spinning fish. He does his thing. Hey, bud. All right. Onions taken care of. So the bacon. Do we cook the bacon already chopped? I think that's what we're supposed to do here. So we're supposed to, yeah, take 4 slices of thick cut bacon and dice it. Sure. Ooh. Put these onions over here. Where are we? We are actually in one of my favorite camping stream locations, just in general. We are in, it's a public park, technically, but it's a public park that also contains a campground that also has like these little wood cabins that you can stay in. So it's kind of like a glamping situation where it's not just like the primitive tent setup. Like there's also tent camping here as well, but I always like the little cabin setup since I'm willing to pay a little bit extra for the comfort of having walls around me and a ceiling when I'm sleeping. It's like in a small-ish town that's approximately 45 minutes to the north of where I live. So Delphi, Indiana, if you're if you're aware of Indiana towns, you're probably not. But yeah, it's like a little public park that you would think is kind of off in the middle of nowhere, but in reality, I'm actually very, very close to the downtown area of this town. So that's why the cell phone reception is so good out here, and that's why I'm able to live stream from here, because like even if it looks remote, it's actually not. It's actually very close to the what you would call, I guess, civilization. Perfect for our needs here. All right, so let's get the bacon out. This is 4 slices of thick cut bacon that will be included in the corn pudding. Now, corn pudding doesn't always necessarily have bacon in it, but this is, I guess, the recipe calls it the ultimate corn pudding, and so therefore it puts like some extra stuff in there that you wouldn't necessarily always see in it. So this has, it's got some bacon in it. It's gonna have some diced jalapenos. It's gonna have some mesquite seasoning. Oh. It's not your grandma's corn pudding. It's the fancy stuff that includes all the extra tasty foods that make any dish taste better. i.e. bacon and onions and jalapenos and smoky seasoning stuff. What type of school is that? Oh. School? Oh. I ain't here to play school. So we're supposed to eventually cook this in the cast iron skillet and then also, or well, Dutch oven, and then add the onions to it after. I think we're gonna add, do we add garlic to this? No, that's the other one. Okay. Eventually. All right, cool. So that's the bacon. What we're gonna do is I think we're gonna put the cast iron skillet or cast iron Dutch oven back on the fire now and cook this bacon once it's nice and hot. Oh, where's Purdue? Purdue is in good old Lafayette, Indiana, or well, West Lafayette, Indiana. I'm in Lafayette, but they're right next to each other. Surprise, surprise, West Lafayette is to the west of Lafayette. All right, so from the bacon, and the onions for 5-7 minutes. Read this from skillet, set aside. Okay, so let's do it. Let's put the Dutch oven back on the fire here. The fire has burned down to the point where hopefully the heat's not going to be as excessive as it was for the fillets. It actually worked fine for the fillets as is, but the bacon we don't want to burn, of course. So let's see how this works. I live in Lafayette, Louisiana. Yeah, I gotta say, of the two Lafayettes that exist in the U.S., at least the two notable ones, I'm kind of glad I live in the one that I do. Nothing against Louisiana, but that sounds kind of hot and horrifically humid during the summer, so I'm gonna have to pass on that one. Never been to Lafayette, Louisiana, so I can't comment for sure how it's like, but I like the one I'm in. It's nice. All right, get on there. Ideally, we get this nice and even again, but that's easier said than done. Oh, that looks rather precarious, doesn't it? Come on, baby. Work with me here. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, is that stable-ish? Kinda? Sorta? No, it's not. Okay. No, it is not. This is why normally I'd use the grates over this campfire that I've traditionally used in the past over the smaller fire pit. It's always tricky to use a, alright, hold on. It's always tricky to use a cooking setup where you're not, oh shit, where you don't have like a guaranteed level surface, but we're gonna make this work one way or another. Okay, we're gonna put this over here, like so. Okay, and put you, come on, right here, down there. Okay, and I just put it on here. I think that'll do. Okay. Like so. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. All right. Nice. Let that heat up for a hot minute, and then we'll be good to throw the bacon on there. Now, I suspect that's still going to be really, really hot, but we're going to make do. I'd get arrested for doing this in the UK. Well, you got to keep in mind, this is not like this is a campground. You're allowed to do this. This is a place where, like, you are allowed to start a campfire. These are dedicated fire pits that are made for this purpose. Like, maybe, they don't expect you to cook on them, but you certainly can. So, what do you mean to get arrested for this? I'm sure you have campgrounds in the UK. I know that's a thing, right? Why would you get arrested for this? What's wrong with this? Now, if you're doing this in some random-ass public park where you're not allowed to be doing this type of thing, then yeah, obviously it'd be kind of sketchy, but this is a campground. You're allowed to do campground things. Come on out. Okay. So, let's add the bacon in there. That's looking nice and hot. Yep. All right. Now, I'm pretty sure, like previously, this is still really hot, so because of that, don't think it's going to take super long to cook, and so because of that, we gotta be cognizant of not burning this shit. Oven mitt on, this is very hot. Well, sounds nice. Smells nice too. Yeah, it's cooking insanely fast. This is really, really hot inside there right now. All right, let me go ahead and already add the onion. Quite a bit of onion we're adding to that. Wait. Oh, that's hot. Oh my. If I was smart, I would have like put some salt and pepper in this already, but it's okay. We'll add it later. It's not like the Southern California where everyone around you is flammable. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like you couldn't do this somewhere in California, but it's definitely more limited. The nice part about living in the part of the country where I do, aka the Midwest, is that it's still, for the most part, normal to do stuff like outdoor campfire cooking and just having there's no such thing as like, oh, a fire ban, you can't have campfires right now. Like, yeah, Indiana never has to worry about wildfires or any sort of horrific forest fire situations. Not a thing. I can take the cast iron off the heat and heat in the pan alone will end up cooking the food. Yeah, I know. I'm just paranoid that like it'll get underheated. But yeah, maybe we'll put it on this. We can put it on here for now. You're right. It's kind of like indirect heat that should still kind of get the job done. Because yeah, you're right. This is really hot, and I don't want to overdo this. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Hold on. So you'll see I've got this the grate set up here, and that's not a coincidence that it's set up to the side of the fire, not directly on the fire. We're trying our very hardest here to make a setup where we're eventually going to cook over indirect heat, and that's going to be the oven situation. So right now I'm not cooking directly over that, but honestly it's actually working pretty well for this as is. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh. There we go. Looking pretty good, looking pretty good. Let me see what the next step for what I add onto this next is going to be. Or it might just be this, and we put this back on the side and add this to the other stuff later. Fry the bacon and tender skin, blah, 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 blah. Add the onions, cook till soft, translucent, 5-7 minutes. Remove the skillet, set aside, melt the butter in the skillet together. Okay, so just these two things. Even if it's maybe slightly, quote, quote, late, I'm just going to go ahead and hit this with a little salt and pepper right now, because that's never a bad idea to add to, well, anything really, but onions especially. Ah. Ah. And a little pepper. Ah. Oh shit, Baja coming out with, how many is that? That's a lot. 10 gifted tier 1 subs? My god, man, out of nowhere. Literally just sitting here trying to try my best to ruin my food, and you come in hot with these subs. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. Your subs will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and ordering pizza tonight when my food ultimately ends up failing. Thanks, dude. I will drink to that one. Appreciate you, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Glad you're enjoying. As always, dude. Wow. Now the heat is more more moderate, I would say. Like this side of the oven's hotter because it's obviously closer to the fire, so just cook the stuff on this side, I guess. Bacon ended up cooking up nicely. I was a little worried it was going to burn because it was so hot, but it's looking fine now. Now, ultimately, what I want to do, spoiler alert, is I want to make it so that just this end of the fire is like peeking under the grate here. I'm going to try to like make an oven situation where it's going to be indirect heat. I'm going to cover this and make it so the heat will kind of like permeate into the rest of this. Like, and I already think this fire pit just alone is already really hot because like the fire pit, the middle of the fire pit is already making the situation a very, oh, this is not in frame at all. Hold on. Sorry, could have done that better. I'm hoping that an oven will be feasible here if I've got like indirect heat. You'll see it eventually, but I'm hoping this heat situation, because like I don't want it to get too hot, but obviously you want to be able to like be hot enough to cook stuff, right? So trying to strike that fine balance. I think for now we're gonna get there. I think so. All right. Whew, that's looking and smelling good. A few coals on the lid will create the oven. Well, you would think that I was going to use the Dutch oven to create the oven, right? Historically, I've tried to do that. In fact, that's what I tried the first time when I made the beef Wellington on the first birthday stream, and it didn't work all that well, unfortunately. It ended up being kind of scuffed and not really, the temperature situation wasn't right. You know what I'm going to do? Hold on, chat. I'm going to get another camping chair. So I've got a chair that I can use to sit next to the fire here separately. Hold on. I've got my camping chair that I brought with me just in case, and I think we're going to use it here. This crouching down here is going to kill my knees if I do this too much longer. Yeah. This will do, pig. This will do. Hi. All right. Civic leaked, yes sir. American classic right there. Ignore the fact that's a Japanese car. Yep. Get his license plate quick, dox him. I don't even think there's anything like bad that could happen if Chad acquired my license plate number, right? I don't really think there's anything like insidious you could even do with that. I mean, obviously it's not like it's secret information. If you just drive along the road and you see my license plate number, you'll know that like, oh, that's a license plate number. What can you do with that? I have no idea. Nothing, I'm pretty sure. All right. There we go. Let me refill the growler, or let me refill the glass out of the growler here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Cheers, chat. Tastes like beer. All right. Drinking the Farmer's Daughter, a wheat ale from People's Brewery from Lafayette. Wow. The beer came in that container? Well, it didn't come in this container. You don't buy it from like a grocery store, but I don't know. It's not a thing in Europe. Growler fill is the thing in the U.S. You can go to a brewery and basically, why am I still squatting? I can just use this chair that I just got for this purpose. You can go to a brewery, and I don't know if this is a thing like in every portion of the country, but at least where I live, you can bring what's called a growler, which is that giant container that you just saw there. You can bring a growler and get the growler filled for a usually relatively reasonable price, and take it you can take it out of the brewery and just drink it wherever you want, right? So that's what I did. I went to a brewery right before this stream happened and filled up my growler, and now we're drinking it. There you go. And usually the deal, or at least like the price proposition, is super good. Like basically a growler has the equivalent of about a 6-pack of beer in it, and it cost me like after tip like $10. So for tasty craft beer from a local brewery, yeah, I will take that all day long. delicious. Absolutely delicious. And nutritious. It's, I don't know, it's got vegetables in there, right? Yeah. What in tarnation is happening? What? Little Pandy Bear is known for being very, very talkative. I'd say this, Little Pandy Bear. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I appreciate your hype. I appreciate the fact that you're very excited about stream. But, and shit, I appreciate that you have plenty to say. But you can always just do it in like one message and not like 20 separate ones. I am gonna say that for what it's worth. You're chilling, you're good, but, you know, leave some room for the rest of the chatters, is I suppose what I'm saying. You know? Let other people have their moment in the sun as well. Okay, that's looking pretty good. We're supposed to just get the onions translucent. I don't know about you guys, but it looks pretty translucent to me. Oh yeah, okay. Let's toss that back onto the, I'm just gonna throw this on the side plate here for now. Actually, well, hold on. Got the rest of these raw onions I didn't get in there in the first place. Let me just toss these in and maybe let these cook for like a hot minute. Come on. Okay. So let's cook for like another minute or so. Ooh, yeah, those onions are caramelizing nicely, dude. Nicely. This will be a tasty filling for some corn pudding, baby. What's up, Jarl's in charge? Love me. Oh my, love you too. We'll take my request into consideration, accept and welcome constructive feedback, and because it's my birthday, you'll try to be kind and thoughtful and panda girl than you already am. Then thoughtful panda, what? Did you, I don't, what? Oh, okay, that's pasta. I was gonna say like, what? You're not, okay. It's pasta. I get it. Also, you can't see me. Sorry. I'm down here. Hello. My bad. Hi. Hello. Ay. I was just like, who's this random person that just posted this entire essay? What? That makes more sense. Okay. Let's get this onto a plate and we'll have this cool off to the side for now. Whew, I'm glad I wore the tank top. It's definitely a little sweaty out here. The bugs are at least gone. Thank God. The fire kind of scared them away. All right. Get a metal spoon that I brought because I'm not dumb. All right. I will admit that, like, in a perfect world, I would have chopped these onions and the bacon maybe a little finer, because, like, this is supposed to ultimately blend into a, I don't know, not a dough, but like a nice little slurry. I don't know, something that turns into corn pudding. So this admittedly is a. I'm gonna take this off the fire. This admittedly is maybe a little coarser than it should be, but it'll work. It'll be tasty regardless. Oh my God, man, my thighs and my calves are gonna be so sore tomorrow. That's okay, worth it. All right, also I don't want to let the fire die, so I'm gonna toss another couple of logs on there just so that way it gets, stays nice and hot. All right, fire, go. Do the thing. The heat level is actually kind of perfect right now, but ironically right now, don't need to cook anything over the fire. Come on. I know you're still hot. Okay, I'll wait. There we go. All right. Let go. By fire be purged, precisely. Ragnaros would be proud. All right. Cast iron is kind of miraculous, man. It can take all sorts of abuse and still be just fine and cook stuff quite well. Ooh, man. I have to try some of this bacon-onion combination just to quality control and make sure it's not poisonous, you know? It's smelling pretty good. Now, I understand that, like, in reality, it's literally just 2 ingredients in here, but if I was desperate, if it was to a point where it was a life and death survival situation and I had to eat something, otherwise I was going to starve to death, I could eat that. Oh, baby, look at that. Oh, that's just onion and bacon, but, like, it's onion and bacon. Come on. Oh, yeah, that's tasty. All right, set that aside, save for later. That was good. Very, very good. All right. I had one more log onto this bad boy. I'm kind of going through my firewood faster than I'd originally assumed that I would, which is not ideal, but I think as long as I let it go as is, I think it's fine. Okay, so next up, let's work on, let's see. So we got the fillets that are all like cooling down, right? So I got those seared, like so. Okay, got Joel. You're not being cooked. Got the bacon and onion combo cooked. We got the mushrooms and onions prepped for the whatchamacallit, the beef Wellington fillings. We should probably do that next, and then we should do. I think that's mostly it. Okay, next up is just the beef Wellington filling. All right, cool. Let's do it. Slowly but surely, we're knocking off the checklist of items. Cool. All right. So, beef Wellington filling. We got the mushrooms and onions like we're supposed to get, and we have to add. Let's see. Let me just read the recipe. That's why you have recipes, so you don't have to memorize all of this. Okay, so we're gonna heat 1 tablespoon of olive oil, medium heat. Place I already did that. Okay. Add butter and remaining 1 tablespoon of olive oil over medium heat. When the butter is melted, stir in the onion and mushrooms. So that cook for about 10 minutes or until tender. Stir in the garlic. So if we're gonna have to do garlic, we can do that while the onions and mushrooms are cooking. Then we'll do garlic and flour, and then we'll do so it's gonna be a whole thing. All right, cool. So what I will do, because of that, we want to. I guess we've got to get the cast iron hot again. I probably shouldn't have taken it off in the first place, but all right, I'm not smart. Whatever. Oh, careful, chat. What do we do to make sure that we can get the cast iron hot again? Because now we got this giant extra log that's just kind of chilling here. It's actually a sick shirt. Thank you, dude. Can't be a fraud. I got to represent my Doritos love, even if I never actually eat Doritos. That's not true. I eat them occasionally, but not super often. I think if I put the cast iron here, I am fairly certain this will get warm enough. Let's let it chill there. All right. Because yeah, we got a ton of hot coals there, so like the hot coals should be more than enough to heat that up to the point where it should get nice, I guess, what you'd call a stove temperature. Also, what's up, Murloc? Hi. Hello. I don't know if you were here earlier. I'm assuming you were, but first time I've seen you comment, so what's up, bud? Hi. All right. Let me get out the butter. So we're going to need to add butter to the skillet as well as some olive oil. I got the olive oil out. Let's get the butter out. I think it's 2 tablespoons of butter it calls for. All right. Yeah. Oh, shit. All right. Out of the quote fridge. Yeah. Boom. 2 tablespoons. It's kind of a lot of butter. It's really all of this at the same time, huh? Yeah. Choo-choo. right, so we'll ultimately add this little thing of butter to the skillet there. I keep calling it a skillet. It's not a skillet, but it's functioning as a skillet, so whatever. And then we're gonna add ultimately butter or garlic. So let's get garlic out. Let me crush some garlic. In here somewhere. Oi, oi. I know I put garlic in here somewhere. There you are. All right. Garlic. This recipe only calls for 2 cloves. As we all know, like any recipe that calls for garlic, you add at least twice what it calls for if you want to make the dish taste appropriately garlicky. So we're gonna add, let's go with 4 cloves instead of 2. Obviously. I'll zoom you in a little bit more here, Chad. You're kind of off in Narnia right now, aren't you? Ooh. Need to find myself a stream simp to just like do the filming for the cooking streams, man. It'd be so much easier if I didn't have to get up every time I wanted to readjust the camera angle. All right. Any simps in the chat want to move to Lafayette, Indiana and do this shit for free for me? That'd be appreciated. I won't pay you. I will pay you in clout. In the form of like a really small Twitch streamer's audience recognizing you as someone who's behind the camera that never actually gets seen but is doing a lot of effort. That is the majority of the work while I act like a dumbass in front of the camera. That's worth it, right? Yeah. Any clout chasers in the chat? All right, these are large-ass cloves of garlic. Maybe I shouldn't go with more than... Okay, well... Yeah, we'll go 3 really large cloves. How about that? This is essentially the size of like 4 normal cloves. Good enough. All right. Back you go. Booked your flight on your way? Hell yeah, dude. Let's do it. You gotta live here. Booked your flight. Hopefully it's a one-way flight because you're in it for the long term if you're coming here to be my stream simp for cooking streams. Also, yeah, I'm only going to need you once every month maybe. So outside of that one time a month that I need you for cooking streams, you're just going to have to exist and hopefully not starve to death. Like I said, not paying you, not helping you survive in any way. But I assume the clout enough is worth it to starve for 29 days out of every month. As we all know, being famous on the internet is kind of end game goals for everyone in life, right? Or maybe adjacent famous. As we all know, I've peaked in life. It's only downhill from here. I'll provide the box for them to sleep in. Yeah, dude, exactly. I'll even ship in the free cardboard box that you can use to sleep in the park. You can't sleep where I live. That's not acceptable. But if you'd like to sleep in the public park relatively close to where I live, I do have a premium cardboard box that you can sleep in. Very cozy. Very cozy. I got a family coming, like, walk away near me. If you hear children noises shortly, I promise you, they're children. I don't know. I was thinking of a funny joke, but anything I thought of was going to be very, very creepy. Okay. As a joke. Okay. Anyways, my coordinates are on your GPS and you're on your way. Hell yeah, dude. Where's Leto's ball crushers? I guess we're adding these later, so I don't actually have to crush my balls right now, but we'll use our ball crusher later to add those in. Okay, so I think the cast iron's good to go, so I think we can add that stuff now. Let's do it now. Let's go for it. Ooh. All right. All right. That's looking nice and hot. So we're adding a couple of tablespoons of butter to that, like I said, and then it also calls for another tablespoon of olive oil. Let's do that too. That's a little slanted though. Hold on, before I add those in, let me stabilize this a bit. Let's see. It's gonna be really hot. I mean, maybe I should just add it back to the grate and just assume it's hot enough for now and then rely on the heat that's already emanating from this. If anything, I can move this log down a little bit. Do that. That's good. That'll work. Let me add another log onto that as well, so that way it continues to generate heat off to the side as well. There we go. That'll do, pig. That'll do. All right, so butter. And it says tablespoon of olive oil. We're just going to kind of eyeball that. Yeah. All right, let's get you nice and nice and level, please. There we go. That's right. That's right. No wonder humans invented the indoors and invented a stove that you can just turn on and off and control the heat at will. It's definitely a lot easier than trying to cook in an apparatus where the heat and the flames are constantly changing and not really fully controllable. All right. Oh, come on, come on. There we go. Let's add the stuff. Mushrooms and onions. In you go. Ooh. That is a beautiful, beautiful sound and sight right there. Okay. And then we add some salt and pepper to that, because obviously, as we all know, salt and pepper makes anything taste better. Never a bad idea. Knob time? I didn't bring any knob with me. I'm sorry to disappoint chat, but for what it's worth, we do have some tasty alcoholic beverages to enjoy a little bit later. I mean, right now, of course, we're already enjoying the farmer's daughter in our mouth, but there is additional tastiness to come ultimately, I promise. Okay. There's the salt. A little pepper. Come on. There we go. And then I think we're supposed to let this cook up for a good 5 or 7 minutes or so. Basically until they're soft and tasty. All right. Now, this grate setup, by the way, as in like the grates right here, this is not just for essentially acting like a stove right now. This eventually is also going to be used as a oven. I know I've teased this already, but I think with the way that this fire is burning down right now, I think it's going to end up burning down in a way that's going to be perfect for what I need to use it for, which is essentially a source of indirect heat that will let me, because like just the inside of this fire ring in general is warm. Like if I put my hand in here, it's not unbearable and it's hot. So if I put ultimately some metal coverings over the grate right here, and I let some of the metal covering overhang the hot coals, the rest of this should then kind of absorb the indirect heat and hopefully work as if it's like an oven, which will allow it to bake something, which is the ultimate goal, because we'd like to bake the beef Wellington and the corn pudding. I don't know if it's going to work. It's kind of a concept I've used in the past I've used it with charcoal, and it worked actually pretty well with charcoal. I did it with, it was the pumpkin chili. I roasted the actual pumpkins themselves using this method, and I did it with the quiche that I made back in the day when I did the farmer's market stream. Never tried it over a campfire, though. Both times it's been using charcoal, so I don't 100% know if this is going to work, but I don't know. The concept, at least in my mind, says it should work, so we'll see. We'll see. I have medium levels of confidence. I don't think that's how thermodynamics work, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. If anything, the The backup plan is just bust out the propane stove like last time, but hopefully that won't be necessary. All right, all right. What's going on, chat here? That's, I think, still hot enough. I think we're fine. It's obviously just this side of the cast iron right now that's hot. I could put it directly on top of there, but that'd get way too hot, I'm pretty sure. I'd like to get it like a little hotter. Do I mess with this? Do I dare mess with this? Maybe a little bit. Hold on. Everything in the cast iron should get baked. Just put some coals on top too. You say that, dude, and like in the past, I've trusted that process to be like, oh yeah, cast iron, it just works, forehead. But you'd be amazed at how ineffective that was in the past for this literal, like for the exact same dish that I'm making right now. The irony is that like what you're suggesting is what I tried last time for this exact dish, and it ended up not working at all. So this time I'm going with a bit of a more creative solution. You'll see how I'm ultimately going to do it here soon, TM, but this time around I think the heat source is going to be maybe a little bit more controllable, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I know that it's literally called a Dutch oven. You should be able to use it quite literally as an oven, but I've historically had difficulties using a Dutch oven as an actual oven. All right. What am I cooking anyways? You can do exclamation point recipes in the chat, but we are cooking a beef Wellington over the campfire, in case that's not obvious. And we're cooking corn pudding as well. Clueless Bachelor confirmed. I know, right? It's the ultimate irony. I'm using a Dutch oven for everything besides an oven, basically, for the stream. Sounds delicious. I mean, that's the hope, right? That's the ultimate goal. But the last time I tried to do this, because keep in mind, I've done this exact same recipe on stream before. It ultimately ended up being pretty tasty, but the problem was that it didn't really work in the way that I was trying to make it work, which was to use the cast iron Dutch oven as an oven to bake it. So this time around, we're going to use a slightly different oven technique and see if that works. Definitely harder this way. I don't know, is it? Like, you could argue that, like, well, it should be easy with a Dutch oven, but I don't know. Like I said, last time I found a way to make this pretty difficult on myself, so let me get myself better in frame here. There we go. I don't know. Harder, easier, maybe more creative, you could call it that. Maybe you never tried to cook beef Wellington, looks good so far. Well, I mean, it's still pretty early-ish in the process, right? If we've been streaming now for a good, approaching 2 hours. Okay, that's actually an okay pace. I was a little worried it'd be 3 hours in the stream, but for only 2 hours in the stream, that's not horrible. Okay, these are looking pretty good right here. I think we're getting pretty close to the part where we can add the next step of stuff. I think that's going to be flour and garlic and ultimately some cream and some white wine. Oh shit. Where am I with all this land? I'm currently in a public park, actually. I'm not sleeping in a cardboard box, in case that was your next question, but I'm in a public park in Delphi, Indiana, if you want to Google Maps it. It's approximately about 45 minutes north or so of where I live, and it's a public park and a campground, so don't worry, I'm not here like illegally or anything, but yeah, it's like a comfy little camping location that I've used in the past, and it's great because not only is it kind of perfect for the camping cooking needs that I have, but also it's got great cell reception because even if it looks like it might be in the middle of nowhere, in reality I'm only like a 10-minute walk from the downtown of this town, so no dangerous wildlife, I'm afraid. Just a spinning fish and a frog that we saw earlier. That's about it. On your way, yeah, it's not that hard. If you look up Delphi, Indiana, I'm pretty sure you can find exactly where I am right now. It's not that difficult to figure it out. There's only so many campgrounds in this town. All right, so let's go ahead and add the next step of stuff to this. Let's see what we need. We need, happy birthday. How old did I turn today? Well, technically my birthday was yesterday, but I'm observing it today. As far as how old I am, I'm turning 29 for the 4th year in a row. This is weird how that works. Butter is melted, stir in the onion and the mushrooms, or stir in the garlic and flour till the flour is absorbed. Okay, so flour and garlic next. Okay. So, I pre-measured some garlic, some flour earlier, so I got that ready to go around here somewhere. Okay. Got garlic. Let me get out Lido's ball crusher. Okay, ball crusher in hand. Got the good shit ready to go. Okay. Hui. Let's add the flour first. Relatively easy to add. Where did I put chat? Oh, left chat on the table. Let's... Hold on. All right, so pre-measured that flour. Boom. Penny wants to know the 3 digits on the back of my debit card are my mom's maiden name. Okay, so the numbers on the back of my credit card, all 3 of them range between somewhere between 1 and 9. No, sorry, 0 and 9. My mom's maiden name starts with a letter of the alphabet. There you go. I'll let you narrow it down from there. If you're lucky, I might even let you know that one of the numbers isn't 2. Huh. There you go. All right, let's crush our balls into that as well. Hui. The ball crusher. Annoyingly effective. Hui. Okay, clove 1. We'll admit the leftover garlic after using the ball crusher is the only downside of using this, but still definitely better than doing it by hand with a knife, I'm not going to lie. And that. Ooh. All right. Ooh, come on, get in there. Get in there, baby. All right, close enough. Oh yeah, it's thickening up nicely. So we added the garlic last because something I've learned over the years doing the cooking streams is that garlic is something that cooks faster than basically anything else, so you don't want to add garlic early and burn it. All right. Poured a beer on my belated birthday. Hell yeah. That is 100% approved right now. How do you approach women? Bro, I'm a dude cooking on his own on a Wednesday night at a campground in the middle of fucking nowhere in Indiana. I think I might be the wrong person to ask on this front. If you'd like to meet women, do exactly the opposite of what I'm doing right now. That's a good start. Okay. Log off Twitch. Yeah. That's probably step 1. Cheers, chat. Okay. All right, next up, let's see. What do we add to this? I think it's probably wine and cream time. Okay, stir in wine and heavy cream. Okay, so we need to add a half a cup of white wine to this, as well as a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. Okay. Time to get out our fancy ingredients, if that's the case. Oh my. There we go. Hui. So, what did it say? Half a cup of white wine. We're kind of just going to eyeball that And then fourth a cup of cream. And eyeball that as well. All right, heavy cream, great value, obviously. Add that in. There is a, actually, wait, hold on. Before I do that, white wine first, right? I'm smart enough, sort of, not really, for cooking things to know that you should deglaze first. So, hold on. Boxed wine, because I'm a sophisticated motherfucker. And then, okay, it's just good to go. Quality control first. Yep, that's wine. Okay, good to know. It's probably a half cup, something like that. And then the heavy cream. Actually, let me mix that first. Something deglaze. There we go. All right, now we'll add the cream. Supposed to be a fourth cup of that. Once again, we're just going to kind of eyeball that. Oh, I did not take the cap off. There we go. Fourth cup. That's probably about a fourth cup there. All right, mix that bad boy up. So, I was talking with Drex last night. I kind of spoiler alerted Drex as to what I was making last night. And he was talking about like, oh, you need a binder for your beef Wellington filling. Oh, streamer, if you don't have a binder, then it's not going to be able to bind with the meat well enough. Last time I did this recipe, it reduced down to the point and thickened up to the point where it worked fine. So I think as long as we heat this in a way where it's consistently reducing down to a nice little thick paste, if you will, I think it's going to work fine. I don't think we need to be too fancy with this, especially if you know what's ultimately coming with the pastry portion of this beef Wellington. Is that a beatbox? Well, that's a cooler, sir. It's up M Truck coming out with the Prime sub now for 10 months. The content you've been waiting for. Thank you, sir. I'm out of beer, but I can fix that in a second. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Raiders Fund. Appreciate it, dude. I suppose on that note, yeah. Time to refill the glass. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, there we go. Probably have 2 pours of this growler left. There we go. Probably gonna have to take advantage of the bathroom facilities here at this beautiful campground pretty soon, but don't want to break the seal just yet. Man, I'm a little tempted to maybe move the slog a little bit, but you know what? I think the heat is fine as long as I keep mixing. I think we're fine. We're fine. Time for a beer refill? Yes, sir. Cheers, chat. Drinking a wheat ale from a local brewery called Peoples. It is called The Farmer's Daughter, and it is quite tasty. And what's up, La Rocca coming in half the Prime sub now for 14 months. Thank you, dude. Your sub will also go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Fancy Cooking Fund. Appreciate you, dude. Glad I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I've kind of made it a tradition at this point to get a growler of beer from the same brewery whenever I come to camp at this place. It's been comfy. It's been very comfy. All right, so obviously the heat is mostly concentrated on this side of the Dutch oven. So when it comes to stirring this right now, I kind of have to like constantly stir it to make sure that it's uniformly getting heated up and not just that one half of it, but that's all right. I'm not in a rush and I got nothing better to do right now. Let me maybe change your camera angle a little bit here, chat. Well, let's go with a little top-down view, shall we? There we go. That'll work. Funny thing is, when it comes to live streams like this, I have absolutely no idea exactly what the framing is, because if I'm sitting where like it's supposed to be in frame, then like I can't look at the phone to see what the frame is. So I don't really know if I'm perfectly in frame right now, but hopefully over the years I've done this enough to the point where I can kind of just like play it by feel and assume that it's close enough to good. Ugh. All right, that's gonna have to thicken up over the course of probably the next like 15 minutes or so. So we got some time to chill. Got some time to chill. Oh man, let me take that opportunity to show off. It is absolutely beautiful lighting right now. I kind of wish I was working at the table right now, just so you could see the fact that it's like, I guess we describe as the golden hour right now. Beautiful, man. For those that don't know the campground that I'm currently staying in, it's one I've stayed in many times before, but it is one of my favorite locations to do IRL streams from. The classic Civic. This would be the murder cabin that I'm staying in for tonight. Not that one. It's this one, the Civic Classic. So, anyways. Oh, and by the way, if you remember the last year stream that I did, you remember Roger. He was the dude that came to visit us. I'm pretty sure he's probably staying here again because he's like one of the Airbnb hosts of this place. I don't think he's in that RV, but there's one behind this RV that he should probably be staying in. Might even get a Roger visit tonight. I don't know, but regardless. Beautiful lighting right now, absolutely beautiful. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. We'll give you guys a bit of a better like zoom out, I guess, of the entire situation. We don't need to be super zoomed in right now, anyways, right? That's fine. There you go. That's nice. Hoi. Is this where I made the catfish? I've never done catfish on stream before. This is where I've done... What did I do for the first stream here? I made fish and chips. It wasn't catfish, but I did fish and chips here, so that's probably what you're thinking of. So yes, I have done that before. And then we've also done the empanadas here. That was the one that we fed to Roger. And we've also done the turkey tenders that I did a little over a month ago. Yeah, one of my favorite, in fact, probably my favorite camping locations. Probably the reason I've come back here so many times. It's kind of perfect for our wants and needs here. Yeah, it's fish and chips. Good times, good times. So nice before the humidity cranks up. Yeah, really like this time of the year is like probably the last couple of weeks where it's still somewhat bearable outside, where before it gets to the point where it's just like unbearably humid and just awful outside. I mean, I was kind of hoping that the bugs wouldn't be out yet, but unfortunately, at least when I got here earlier today, they were already rampant to the point where my legs got absolutely eviscerated. But yeah, like give it another like month or so, it's going to be just unbearably humid and hot out here. So I'm glad. I'm always glad that my birthday at least falls at a time of the year that's like it's not nuclear summer outside yet. It's warm, but it's not unbearable yet. So it does kind of work out nicely in that way. All right. That's looking pretty good right there. Let me make sure, let me look at the recipe again real quick. I don't think I need to add anything else to this, but until we just ultimately take it off the heat, but let me make sure that that's a thing before we just sit here and let it simmer for a good 10 minutes or so. Stir in the wine heavy cream, cook for about 3 minutes, stirring constantly until the mixture thickens, stir in the thyme. Okay, good. So this is the, yeah, eventually we're going to just take this off the heat and let it settle for a bit, and this will be the ultimate filling that we will use for the beef Wellington, and we'll work on the next step after this. Cool. Still waiting for beans on toast stream? That'd be a very short stream. Oh my. My lower back is not going to be happy with this stream in the long term, but that's alright. Jump runs IRL. Leveling my cooking IRL, perhaps. I don't know what sort of food buff I get from cooking the beef Wellington, but... Oh yeah, look at how thick that's getting, baby. Oh, hold on, give me a different angle. Oh, good stuff right there. Need to use the bug spray before leaving the camp. Yeah, I probably should have, to be honest. I was naively hoping that the bugs wouldn't be out in full force yet. I was thinking like, oh, it's still early-ish in the season, right? It's still early-ish in the year. Like, it's not that hot yet, but. Yeah, no, Vivi, you're right. I should have gone with the bug spray. That was a mistake on my front. Thankfully, now they're not a thing. Like I think the campfire largely scared them away, and also it's just getting a little cooler at least. But yeah, when I first got here, and especially when I was collecting like the tinder for this fire, it was rough, very rough. Ever done a gamba for Clueless Bachelor finished product taste test? I can't really do gambas when I'm doing IRL streams like here. Obviously I don't have access to my full PC, so. in case you don't realize it, I'm just streaming directly from my phone right now, so I don't have the same access to the same fancy OBS tools that I normally would, but obviously it's enough to get the job done. But like, you know, for example, if someone like directly donated tonight, I can't see that. So if you directly donated tonight, I apologize, but I appreciate it. I can see the subs, but I can't see the same normal full gambit of things that I could normally see. Rip pristine legs for the summer beach bod. The good news is I'm not really a beach person, so my beach bod will have to can be ruined for the year. It's fine. I mean, whatever. It's like definitely have a few bug bites I can say in my legs, but it's not like not horrifying. All right, I think as long as I take this off the flame and let this continue to thicken a little bit off the flame, I think we're just about good to go as far as the filling's concerned. I might have, and this would be of course due to the fact that I just kind of eyeballed this, I might have added a little bit too much cream to this, but that's okay. I think it's going to work, especially because it's thickening up pretty nicely right now. Let me give it a little taste test. I did salt and pepper this a little bit, like right at the onions and mushrooms, but I think I actually might need a little more salt, which is a rare phenomenon for me. It's close. It's pretty good, but yeah, little salt, little salt. All right. All right. That's an easy fix. Just get salt. It's actually just that easy, chat. And there it is. Oh shit. There we go, there we go. All right, ooh, that's thickening nicely now. I'll give you a close-up here in a second, but hopefully that gives you a pretty good idea of how that's looking right now. Pretty good, pretty good. Also, I get the feeling this is probably way more than I'll actually need. I get the feeling I might end up spooning a lot of this directly into my mouth, but I'm not upset by that. That sounds fine to me. Sounds pretty good. Textbook sound for needs salt? Sure. All right, let me give it another taste now that we added some salt to that bad boy. Hold on, a little more, a little more. Okay, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that's good. That's good. All right, perfect, baby. Perfect. Yes, dude. Okay, that's tasting good. That's tasting good. Think we're just about good to go, boys and grills. That's looking like a delicious, thick beef Wellington filling right there. All right, I'll give you the money shot before we take this off the flame. All right, there you go. Okay, ready for the money shot? Yeah, there we go, baby. It's not even sliding off the spoon at this point. Perfect, man. Perfect. One last little taste test. Make sure it's not poison. Confirmed. Not poison. All right, cool. Let's take that bad boy off. Where's my fire stick? There you are. Okay. Let that bad boy cool off the side over here for a bit. And while it does that, we will work on the rest. All right. Oh, come on, come on. All right. that is tasting very good. All right, in the meantime, I'm going to add another log to that just to make sure, obviously we want the fire to continue burning. Go ahead and add that to the situation here. Okay. Now, we want this to continue smoldering. I don't want like a raging campfire. I just want like something that's like smoldering coals that's hot enough to the point where it'll continue staying hot. All right, cool. Let us return to the table. Joel is sitting here waiting patiently for us a bit. And we're gonna do the final preparations to actually get the beef Wellington fully formed. We've got all the ingredients now, right? We've got the fillets cooked, as you can see, right there. We have the filling, good to go, excelente. And now we just need to kind of assemble the entire thing. Cool. All right. By the way, the last time I came to this campground, this table that you see here, like they've got blue tables set up around like every campsite, and they hadn't put out these blue tables yet, so I was forced to use my own camping table instead, like my own little folding table, which is like fine, it works, but it's not nearly as large as the tables that they have like here. So I'm glad they put these out by the time I came here again, because last time I just kind of ran out of space on my table, whereas this time around I've got plenty of room for activities, which is so much better. All right, so much better. All right, cool. I know you can't see it, but that log on the campfire is ignited, so that is looking nice and good. Cool. All right, chat. All right, chat. All right, chat. All right. My payment for the cabin last time paid for the table. I mean, they were already there. Like, the funny thing is, like, I could see them, like, they were, like, kind of stacked up the side already over there last time, but they weren't moved over, like, it's a long-ass way to move by myself, so I was like, okay, I'll just use my own. All right, so now we need to actually form the actual beef Wellingtons. I think it's time, right? We got the fillets, we got the filling, the corn. Actually, you know what? I should set up the corn pudding first, and then I'll do the fillets. I want the fillets to be ready, like, last, essentially. Okay. So fry the bacon, 10-inch skillet, did that. Add the onions, cook soft. That's all this right here. So this is corn pudding part. Combine the dry ingredients in a bowl. Okay, so let's get the bowl out. Nasty ass bowl, you guys would know if you've been cooking stream enjoyers long enough. My ghetto ass bowl that's got plenty of seasoning in it, obviously. So I kind of cheated, admittedly, for this stream. If you do exclamation point recipes in the chat, you can read the recipe that I'm using right now. At some point, the recipe calls for like you to combine all of the dry ingredients all at once. So I kind of took the luxury of combining all the dry ingredients in advance. So like this bag essentially contains all the dry ingredients for this corn pudding that I am not going to combine in real time. Sorry to disappoint you, but for what it's worth, this bag currently contains cornmeal, masa harina, mesquite powder, sugar, baking powder, salt, and a tiny, tiny, tiny little spritz of cocaine. Okay? Cheater? I know. All right, sue me. At the end of the day, I didn't want to bring like an entire bag of flour, an entire bag of like an entire little thing of baking powder. Is like, okay, this is all I need to put in like a little bag. It was that easy. So just, yeah, sue me, whatever. So we're gonna add this to the bowl right here. So this corn pudding recipe, by the way, the recipe calls itself the ultimate corn pudding recipe. And the reason it calls itself the ultimate is like it makes it like extra corny, if you will. So it adds like, instead of like regular flour, it uses masa harina, aka like that's the same stuff they would use like make like tortillas essentially. So it's basically like corn flour instead of wheat flour. So in theory, it should make it extra corny and extra delicious. Corn flavored, whatever. Okay, cool. So dry ingredients, many ingredients for corn. All right, so let's add all the rest of the stuff to this bowl. All of them? Hold on. No Fireball on my birthday this week. I should have, to be honest, man. I should have gotten a little Fireball, but no, I didn't bring any. We had the shot earlier, though, for what it's worth. We have, by the way, there's more different types of alcohol to consume besides this growler once we're done with this one. I promise. I promise. Okay, so fried the bacon, yes. Add the onions, yes. It's right there. Move the skillet, set aside, okay. Melt the butter in the skillet, we'll do that. We'll worry about it in a second. Combine the dry ingredients in a bowl, did that. Add remaining ingredients except for corn and stir to combine. Okay, so just everything besides the corn. So that would mean we can literally just add this, but I'll add this last. Okay, so we're gonna add 1.5 cups of whole milk. All right, let's get, oh, cooler's over there still. All right. Hui. Oh, yo. All right, add some milk to this bad boy. Got a little, it's a kind of adorable actually. The Indianapolis 500 is coming up soon here in Indiana, so the grocery stores are all selling their Indianapolis 500 themed whole milk. It's actually kind of adorable and like appropriate for Indiana. Indiana doesn't have much going for it, but at least it's got the Indy 500. That's the one and only thing it has going for it, so we got the Indy 500 milk right there. Nice. For those that don't know, that's a tradition. The winner of the Indianapolis 500 drinks milk. That's a thing. Okay, 1/2 cup measure. Am I gonna play WoW? Not today, bud. I've already done that for the past month and a half. Hopefully you can live with one stream where I don't do that. All right, so 1.5 cups of whole milk. This is a 1/2 cup right here. And yeah. Tastes like milk. All right, cool. And then 1/3 cup of sour cream. Historically, you guys know that I'm a bit of a wuss, I guess, if you will, when it comes to my sour cream. Normally I get light sour cream, but it's my birthday. I got regular sour cream, so you're welcome, chat. I'll be a fat NA American for you guys this stream. The full fat sour cream. Be proud. How much am I supposed to do? 1/3 cup? I don't have a 1/3 cup measure. I'm just going to kind of eyeball this bad boy. That's how winners drink milk. Yes, sir? Now, just let me finish this. There's not enough left to, like, save, so. Yeah. Tasty. Is it weird that I'm still, like, a milk enjoyer in 2025? I know I'm, like, an old-ass, washed-up, crusty, retirement home age streamer at this point, but where are my sunglasses? Oh, they're there. But every now and then, I just enjoy a glass of milk. I don't need anything fancy. I don't need to add anything. Not even chocolate milk. Just good old, just regular milk. Very tasty. All right, 1/3 cup. So like, a little less. Like that. There we go. That'll do. Okay. And then 2 large eggs. Yeah. So. Corn pudding, that makes sense. We want to make sure like it binds a little bit, so let's add some eggs to that. Eggs in a cut-off carton to the point where it's only 2. These 2 eggs alone worth about $20. I'm exaggerating, but not by as much as I wish I was. Milk enjoyer, it's a milk. Don't be the person that calls it milk, all right? That's one of my if you're a pay money whoopee enjoyer, you would know. He gets a lot of shit for that. It's milk, all right? Not milk. It's milk. It's got an I. All right? In you go. In you go. Did I say milk? I definitely don't. I say milk. Milk. Not milk. Milk. Very specific, actually, to make sure that I do say it correctly, all right? So shut up. If you don't believe me, then you are incorrect. All right, so eggs, cool. And then it said not to do the corn yet, but then can we do the jalapenos? Oh, no, okay, so we do all of this right now and stir to combine. All right, cool. Milk. All right. It's milk, okay? Just shut up. You're overthinking this. weren't all us millennials forced to drink milk as kids? I mean, I guess forced would imply that, like, we didn't want to, but we did anyways. I don't know. I was always happy to drink milk as a kid. I would always have, like, my parents would be like, all right, have your glass of milk. And I was like, okay, cool. And then once I was done, I was like, can I have another one? And my parents were like, okay, sure, I guess if you want to. The thing I do remember, though, as a kid is I always enjoyed, for whatever reason, like, non-fat milk. I don't know why, because, like, nowadays I definitely enjoy whole milk way more than non-fat milk. Like, turns out fat tastes pretty good. Imagine that. But regardless, in one form or another, I've always been a fan of milk. Just always hit the spot. And especially, like, when I got to the point in my life where I was trying to gain some weight and put on some muscle mass, milk is clutch, because, like, it's easy to just, like, chug that stuff, and it's got a lot of nice protein and like, calories in general if you're just trying to, like, bulk up a bit. So I'm sure there's some go mad enjoyers in chat. If you know, you know. Better pronounce this tomatoes tomato. No, I don't. Shut up. Shut up. Can't have pudding if you don't drink your milk. Okay, now you guys are getting more pretentious than I am. Look, I'm just making some random ass dishes over a campfire. I don't know what you guys are doing. You guys are putting words in my mouth. Cheers, by the way. I'm only putting beer into my mouth, personally. Alright, so this is mostly uniform and mixed. So, combine the dry ingredients, corn stir combined. Stir in the corn and jalapenos if using, which I am, and onion mixture. Okay, so that's the onion mixture. So let's add the corn. It says you can either use fresh shucked corn or just corn from, like, frozen corn from a prepackaged thing. I'm using frozen corn because I'm lazy and I didn't want to shuck fresh corn. That's a lot of work, so let's just add that. So, yeah, okay. Nice. And then some jalapenos, which is around here somewhere. I got a can of jalapenos in here somewhere. My mystery box of stuff. There we go. Boom. Great value, obviously. Oh man, it's really nice outside now. It was a little hot earlier. I was kind of sweating and it was a little, not that like a little like, layer of sweat coating me, but now it's perfect. Now it's beautiful outside. All right, brought a can opener. Just for this stupid little can of jalapenos. Only can I have to open at night. What are we making? We are making corn pudding, that's our side dish, and beef Wellington, our main dish, which we've technically made on stream for my birthday before, but that was 2 years ago, and that was pre-recorded when I did that, so this is technically the first time we're doing the beef Wellington live on stream. Excited. All right, so the jalapenos, we're only supposed to do 2 tablespoons, not the entire thing, so let's just kind of approximate 2 tablespoons. That, and like, I like jalapenos, so I don't mind adding a little extra, and like that. And then also take a little bite for the road. Whew. All right, jalapenos, kind of spicy. I'm half white, so. Whew. Whew. I mean, it's good. But, all right, straight out of the can like that, that's a lot. Okay. Yeah, all right, that's enough of that for now. What do I wrap this in? I can't really preserve this in any way. I could dump this into like a Ziploc. That's gonna work. Should have some milk. Oh, shut the fuck up. Ironically, yeah, maybe I should have saved some of that, though, to drink later, but oh well. I got some heavy cream I could chug. That's, dairy-based still, right? Yeah. Well, I've been doing cooking streams at NASCAR events. That's a good question, man, actually. That's a very good question. To that, I would say, stay tuned. To that, I would say there's a lot of summer to go. Who knows? Who knows, man? Who knows? All right. And then, okay, corn and jalapenos. That was it. Stir it up. Cool. So, I'm kind of actually curious to see. Like, so this mixture, I think this is it as far as what I'm mixing up to ultimately make the corn pudding. To me, this is very liquidy. This is very viscous, or not viscous, I guess is the word. To the point where, like, ultimately, I suppose we're expecting this to become something that is, like, not bread consistency, but, like, oh, I don't know, I guess pudding consistency. Bread pudding consistency. Is this going to firm up? I mean, I hope so. I guess. I'm just following the recipe, but I've never made this before, so I guess I can't say for sure what it's supposed to look like, but it's very liquidy. I hope it works out well. I guess we'll see. All right. All right. We're getting there. So that is good to go. That is good to just, like, pour into the apparatus for baking here. So I want to make sure that everything is ready to bake at the same time, because in theory these two things that I'm baking should take about the same amount of time. All right, birthday in the same day as Pokimane? Technically my birthday was yesterday, but I'll call that close enough if that's actually true. Let me restoke the fire really quick. I mean, well, actually, it's actually not bad right now, to be honest, but I don't want this too hot. I want this, like, oven capable here soon. But should I add one more? I'm gonna add one more. Yeah, one more log, because I can always have indirect heat and just, like, put the coals towards the oven and the logs that are actually on fire off the side. That's fine. Put that there. All right. Okay, so the corn pudding's actually ready to go, so let's just work on the beef Wellington, because that's the one that is the main course, if you will. Oh, that's right, I was supposed to stir this in. Hold on. Okay, before I do beef Wellington, I forgot one thing. The bacon and onions. That'll thicken up. I was like I said, I was a little worried, like, that seems very thin and kind of liquidy, but once I add this, that should make this entire situation nice and thick. Now, also, I'm not totally sure, like, I'm supposed to put this in one little baking tray? That seems like a lot. Thankfully, I have two baking trays. I mean, I guess I could cook them one after the other, but this bowl's a lot for one little, like, pie tray, essentially. I mean, I guess I don't mind having more, but might have to do this in 2 separate batches, I guess. Proud of not knowing when Pokimane's birthday is. I guess I should be proud of the same. I've literally never watched Pokimane in any capacity ever. I mean, I guess I've seen some clips every now and then, but what content does she actually stream? Does she play games, or does she just, like, do just chatting, or I'm not aware of, like, what any, like, quote unquote meta Twitch streamers actually do. I don't watch any of them. I just kind of, you hear their name every now and then, like, oh, did you hear Hassan did this, or Pokimane did this, or Mizkif did this, but, like, I'm actually not aware of, like, what do mainstream Twitch streamers actually do? Do they play games, or are they too cool for that now? I actually have no idea. I'm just, like, sitting here grinding away in Classic WoW all day, but, like, do you transcend at some point and, like, oh, I'm too cool to stream video games now? Like, is that a thing eventually? I have no idea. All right, so that's off to the side there. Let's make our beef Wellington. Cool. So, first things first, I need to clean up this cutting board. Cool. Reacts to videos. She plays Prog Warrior. I doubt that. She used to mean Valorant, did she? Okay, sure. Valorant is like it's like an arena shooter, right? Sure. Vanilla WoW Classic speedrunner. I doubt that as well. He doesn't have the proper tism for that. Nowadays, I wonder if even if I have the proper tism for that as well. Okay. Stack. So let's flour our work surface here a little bit. And then, all right. Oh shit, I got it. Yeah, get out the biscuit too. So, okay. Exclamation point recipes, if you want to follow along with the recipe I'm currently doing. So when it comes to beef Wellington, normally you would use puff pastry, so the thing where you make a dough and put a ton of butter into it and make it ultra bad for you, and then you would wrap the little fillet with the filling, blah blah blah. So we're following the Cowboy recipe by Mr. Cowboy Cants, and when it comes to like making this outside over a campfire, we're not going to bother making puff pastry from scratch. Could I? Sure. Will I? No, thank you. So the last time we made this recipe, we used biscuit dough. So basically, like, the little biscuits that you would get from like the little refrigerated aisle that you just kind of twist and like open up the biscuit dough. We're gonna do that again because it worked well last time. It was tasty, and like just like the little flaky buttery biscuits on their own, already delicious. So when you make it like the crust for the beef Wellington, last time at least, delicious. So we're not gonna deviate this time around. Would it be a Smorky 2.0? I thought about doing it this time, but the problem is that like I was pretty sure, and I'm based on the way we're going so far, I'm pretty sure it's correct. I was thinking like, this stream will probably be long enough as it is, just making the 2 dishes I'm already planning on making, so I didn't plan on doing something after this. I did bring ingredients for s'mores, but I'll probably just have that on my own time, just to enjoy it, but no Smorky tonight. I do want to work on the Smorky. I do want to try to perfect it, because I think we've tried it like 3 or 4 times now, and we've still not really come to an end result that we were happy with. But yes, I would like to ultimately improve on the Smorky, but probably not tonight, I'm afraid. Eventually. Cowboy Kent Rollins is the fucking man. Dude, like everything he makes, like it always just makes me hungry. I make it a point to not watch his videos unless I've just eaten. So that way I'm not just immediately tempted to be like, you know what, I should go to my fridge and stuff my face with insert random fatty food here. All right, so we got the cutting board floured. Ooh. Let's get out our biscuits. Oh yeah, I still got my wine. I gotta make sure it hasn't gone bad yet, I mean, obviously. Yep, still tastes like wine. All right. Okay, so we got our flaky jumbo biscuits, the butter artificially flavored ones. Great value, obviously. And I don't know about you guys, but does it terrify anybody else to open these? Like, as a kid, I always used to be so scared of like twisting these and be like, ah! As an adult, you would think like, oh, well, obviously you're used to it by now. No, I'm still terrified to open these. Peel in the direction of the able air of the room. Twist the can to open. Okay. You always forget how much I can drink. Yeah, I'm a sneaky heavyweight, dude. I know it. I don't have the body type. Oh! Jesus! Okay. Sorry, I thought I was going to have to like twist. No, just. All right. All right, that's terrifying. That was so much faster than I thought it was going to be. I thought it says like, oh, make sure to spoon the seam. No, I just fucking exploded. Yeah, a little premature biscuiting right there. Anyways, what was I saying before that terrifying pop? Oh, yeah. I'm kind of a secret heavyweight when it comes to drinking. I don't have the body type of someone that can drink that much, right? But in reality, I can drink a lot. I've been that way since college, like since I first started drinking. I don't know why, but I can go all night if needed. Now, admittedly, nowadays I can still drink plenty, but one thing that is different than what it used to be is I get tired much faster than I used to. I can still drink a lot, but I will also start crashing out a lot earlier. I guess that comes with age. Not that like I would ever get older or anything, because that's not a thing, but weirdly, my 4th 29th birthday, I get tired earlier than my first one. I don't know why. All right. So we gotta basically get this to the point where it's gonna be about an 8-inch diameter circle. So we're doing 2 of these. Let's see if we can roll this bad boy out here. All right, before I start imprinting all of this with my ashy hands, let me get at my rolling pin. For those that are familiar with the stream in the past, here's my rolling pin. Should I have bought a real rolling pin at some point in my adult life? Probably, but I haven't. It's still just a PVC pipe that I have left over from Humans vs. Zombies building Nerf guns 10 years ago. Is it ideal? No. Does it work? Yeah. Alright. Really should probably flour this though if I'm smart, but I guess it's working fine. Okay. Easy lightweight. I mean, if anything, I'm kind of jealous of people that are lightweights. Like, yeah, you have to pace yourself better when you're drinking, but on the other hand, it's a hell of a lot cheaper to be a lightweight. Remember back in the day, I had like some friends who were lightweights. Like after a couple of beers, they were already like good for the night. And for me, it was like, oh, cool. So you spent like $5. And for me, it was like, well, I need like 3 times that before I start feeling something. So yeah, I don't know. Being a heavyweight's kind of it's a blessing and a curse. It's nice in some regards, not so nice in others. I'm gonna flour this more. Put that. Oh, there it is. Modern problems require cheap solutions. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, the quote-unquote solution back in the day was literally just buying like ultra cheap anything, really. Remember plenty of Evan Williams back in the day, and well, I had a friend I still hang out with to this day. He was like drank a shitload of malt liquor just because he was a heavyweight too, and it was cheap. My God, man, I never stooped that low. I never went as far as buying the malt liquor from the gas station, but he would go that far. But yeah, I always had like the Evan Williams bourbon. My cheap beer of choice was Coors Light back in the day. Now I've graduated, of course, to the far superior Natty Light, obviously, but back in the day, Coors Light got the job done. Initials are EW for a reason. I mean, honestly, when you're in college and you just need something that vaguely tastes like whiskey and vaguely tastes like alcohol and mix it with like a ton of lemonade or Coke or whatever, it got the job done well enough. Nowadays, yeah, taking a shot of it, not the most pleasant thing in the world, but it has its time and place, I guess. All right, I'm not rolling this out nearly as fast as I would hope. Cowboy Kent's recipe says you only need 2 of the biscuits, and this is 2 biscuits right here, and yet, in reality, it's taken a hot minute to roll this out. Now, the fillets that I have aren't large. They're relatively small ones, so I don't need to roll this out too much, but it does need to be larger than this. I kind of want to just do this by hand, to be honest. Kind of starting to realize that. Number 1, I should buy a real rolling pin. That's less than number 1. And number 2, probably overcomplicating this. The real white trash choice Natty Ice. I mean, I enjoyed some Natty Ice back in the day. I wasn't necessarily like, it wasn't my go-to per se, but I wasn't above enjoying some Natty Ice now and then. I mean, at the end of the day, it got the job done. It had alcohol in it. Okay, there we go. Now it's rolling out. Yeah. I guess what I need to do is just add more pressure to this. That's really the solution here. Ugh. Oy, oy. There we go. That's looking better. Hey, 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 hey. Hey. Gotta do this again, by the way, for another one, so hope you guys are settled in nicely, because this is going to take a long-ass time. All right. That's getting to be about what we need it to be. Cool. Come on. I mean, we're trying to keep this approximately circular, but it doesn't have to be an exact science, I guess. Is this a circle? Kinda. Sorta. Maybe. Kinda. Also, I want to make sure the fire doesn't burn out. I think it's doing fine right now, though. All right. Yeah, that's not the most perfect circle I've ever made in my life, but I think, to be honest, that'll ultimately fold up into something that's close enough. Okay. 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 Good enough in my book. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. So let's get the filling that's just been cooling off to the side in the cast iron Dutch oven this whole time. It's cooled down to the point where I can just pick it up. Good news. All right. And let's get the fillets that have been waiting here patiently. They've cooled down to the point where they're now just ambient temperature. All right. So, take some of this filling, put it right here. That's kind of a lot. Let's take some out actually. Okay. Still probably too much TBH, but whatever. Put that on top. And then Cowboy can't add some more on top. Like so. Okay. And then we wrap her up. That hand technique, look, as long as it ends up wrapping totally around the thing, it doesn't have to be perfectly circular, like I said. Oh, also, Cowboy Kent said that Cowboy Kent, if it doesn't stick to itself well enough, which it definitely isn't, then just add some water and that'll help it stick a bit. So I'm just going to do that in advance. Oh, okay. Make that nice and damp right here. There we go. Wrap that bad boy up. Yeah, I'm gonna have way more filling than I actually need to use, which I guess was expected, but I don't know what I'll do with it. I guess just spoon it directly into my mouth as we wait for this to cook. Okay, so some water there. Wrap that around like so. Okay. Cool. And then flip it over to the point where this is the bottom, so that way it remains sealed, and there you go. That's going to be our beef Wellington. Okay, there you go. There's one. Is it perfectly sealed? Not quite, but I think the gist of what we need will remain good to go. Okay. Okay, let me get a plate and toss that on there. Actually, well, I guess I could just use this plate. Cowboy Kent would be proud of that water fingering technique. No comment. Okay. Oh, careful, SpongeBob. Oi. Stay. All right. Numero uno. Cool. Let's do the second one now. I know this kind of takes a while, but hopefully we can just knock the second one out a little bit faster. Now I've gotten the biscuit rolling technique down, I think, to the point where this one should be pretty quick and easy. Don't have to be terrified by this a second time, thankfully. By the way, chat, I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. I am. I'm definitely a lot less stressed than I was the last time I was at this location, because last time number one, the daylight faded faster, and number two, I felt like I was much more on the clock because I knew horrible weather was incoming. This time around, I can realistically take as long as I want. I want to finish relatively early-ish. I don't want to take 10 hours, but cheers, guys. Hope you're having fun. I am. This is chill. This is chill. Better than last time. All right. All right. Let's roll this bad boy up. And yeah, Joel's having fun too. That's what counts, right? As long as Joel's chilling, I'm chilling. We're all chilling. Nice change of scenery from AV jail. Yeah, no kidding, man. Ironically, the last cooking stream I did was the day before ranking started, so we went kind of bookended that cooking stream with this one right here, where we just started and finished the rank and grind in the same place. Like, I know the rank and grind finished a little while ago, but still. Nice to, I guess, kind of come full circle in that regard. Okay, let's, I'm going to be a bit more vigorous with rolling this bad boy out. Let's not be so conservative this time. Maybe don't have the knife sitting right there in front of me. Okay. Hooey. Hooey. Come on. I want to be impatient with this this rolling, but it turns out this takes a while. All right, fine. Finish when you're ready? Yeah, dude. It's my birthday. I'm allowed to finish whenever I want. Let me have this, chat. Let me have this. What logo was on the box? What box? What? I'm talking about the biscuit box. It's obviously great value, obviously. Oh, you're talking about that box. That's the Lowe's box, dude. That's a classic right there. Not only have I put all of my cooking stream stuff into that box in various cooking streams in the past, I've quite literally slept in that box at some point. That's not even an exaggeration or hyperbole. I have slept within that box at some point. Was it comfy? No. Was it strictly speaking legal? Debatable. But was it good for memes? Absolutely. And that's what counts. Lowe's Home Improvements, #ad. I'll be honest, like, growing up as a kid, my parents would always go to Home Depot, so I don't actually have much of a sentimental attachment to Lowe's. Also, like, okay, being a NASCAR fan growing up, Lowe's always sponsored Jimmy Johnson. I always hated Jimmy Johnson because he would basically... I was a Jeff Gordon fan growing up, so Jimmy Johnson was always he was always beats Jeff, so I was never a huge fan of Lowe's. I mean, I guess Home Depot was Tony Stewart, so he was also kind of annoying at the time growing up, but my parents would always go to Home Depot whenever it came to needing home improvement stuff, so I just got used to Home Depot being the place you went for home improvement stuff. It's kind of still where I go to this day if I need home improvement stuff, not like I do often because I'm living in a ghetto-ass apartment. What exactly is that pin I'm rolling with? That is a PVC pipe that I used back in the day. It was like a leftover PVC pipe that I had from building Nerf guns back in the day. True OGs know what I'm talking about. Is it a rolling pin? Like, it's supposed to be a rolling pin? No, it's not. But does it work well enough? Yes, it does. All right, there we go. There we go. Finally, I think we've made this malleable enough to the point where now we can be a little bit more forceful and get this to the shape we need. Hooey. Hooey. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Work with me, bud. Work with me. Ideally, you would, of course, have a larger surface to work with right here, so you could roll out the entire thing and not run out of space because you're using this tiny-ass little cutting board, but I gotta work with what I got. Your dad like Jimmy Johnson because he was the truck driver for Lowe's? I had a friend who was a Jimmy Johnson fan, and it always used to annoy me because he was also a Jeff Gordon fan, so he would always annoy me like, oh, I just like both, I root for both. Like, you can't root for both, dude. You gotta pick one. You can't just be a fan of both. You can't just be like, oh, well, it's fine that Jeff Gordon didn't win. It's a Jimmy Johnson one. Like, no, dude. You pick one driver, man. I would always be salty when Jimmy Johnson won because my friend would be always like, oh, Jimmy won this week. I was like, you can't have the best of both worlds, dude. You root for one driver. That's how it works. This one's getting pretty close to being good to go. As we learned in the last one, it doesn't need to be perfectly circular or anything. This one's probably fine as is, to be honest. Hoi, come on. All right, that looks good. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and do this one. All right, so add the filling. Nice. I'm gonna take a little taste test of the filling because I can. Yeah, still good. Oh, that's really good, man. I could just eat that on its own, to be honest. Woo, that's tasty. All right. Filet on there. And the filling there. That's this one. This one definitely has way more filling than the last one, simply because, like, well, I'm just like, well, sure, I gotta use the rest of this filling. So, one is definitely gonna be a bit more girthy than the other one, but that's okay. And then the rest of the filling, I guess. Straight to the gullet. That's very tasty. Wrapper up. Forgot what 720p looks like. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, in theory, I could do 1080p if I wanted to try, but the problem is that, like, whenever I'm on just public cell phone reception, whatever you want to call it, I'm always a little paranoid that 1080p is going to be a little much. So for IRL streams, I go with 720. I know it's a little not up to 2025 standards at this point, but whatever, dude. Hopefully you guys are still finding this watchable. What are we eating? We're making beef Wellington at the moment. Kind of, I don't know, ghetto beef Wellington. Not what you would call traditional beef Wellington, but beef Wellington that should be ultimately pretty damn tasty if it works out the way I'm hoping it does, which it should, because I've technically made this recipe before already, and it was quite tasty the first time. You're hoping for a sadder story for the rolling pin, but it's actually goated, very thrifty use of resources tied to cool childhood memories. Yeah. And also tied to my stinginess and my inability to accept the fact that I'm a quasi-adult now and able to buy, like, actual utensils if I want them. All right. Okay, cool. So that is done up. So the last thing we need to do before we prepare our quote oven is, let me put this on the plate first. Whoa, it's not supposed to get windy tonight. Come on now. The last thing we need to do before we prepare our oven is we got to grease our cake pan, or I guess specifically our pudding apparatus thing. So, clean the surface up. What's up, Humi? Thank you, dude. Appreciate it, man. 750 ml wine bottle gets the job done for a rolling pin for you. Yeah, I've never used a wine bottle, but I've definitely used a whiskey bottle or like an empty Scotch bottle in the past. That also is quite effective. Is any of this filling left? Because I'm down to just eat it now. It's a dog. Hey, bud. Hey, Mr. Dog. How you doing? Actually, you probably missed considering the pink color there. Hey, bud. Hi. Might be a Roger visit, kids. Oh, shit. Hello, hello, Roger. Good to see you again. Yeah, been a little while now, I guess. Is she? Well, she is absolutely adorable. I'm glad she's patrolling and making sure that things are under control.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Sorry?
Did you have a good trip?
I did. Yeah, I'm only like.
You're recording.
I am indeed again. Yes.
And I'm messing you up.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Can I shake your hand?
Absolutely, yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay. Lola, get out of there. Get. Well, she licked in your pot.
No, that's fine. The good news is the pot's already done. She's welcome to have the rest of it if she'd like to.
Okay. She would, you know, but Well, I just wanted to stop down and say hi, and it's nice that when you pulled in, so nice to have somebody that really understands the self-check-in process. It really is.
Yeah, I guess I've done this enough times to
You
this point
have,
where I
haven't
can
you?
kind of do it on autopilot at this point. Yeah,
That's right.
I absolutely love this place. I mean, even if it's technically nothing special, it's just I don't know, something about this place is just perfect. It's perfect location, perfect ambiance.
That's good. It's always good to hear. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, yeah. I should have yelled at you when I was clear over there, so you knew what you were dealing with.
No, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, you might get another food delivery later tonight if that's okay.
Oh,
That's
really?
can't make any guarantees, but as long as it works out and it ends up being something edible, then
Yeah.
might get a little something a little bit later.
Oh, you're talking about us getting a food.
Of course. I mean, yeah.
Oh, that was awesome.
Okay. Well, good.
That was really good. I'd forgotten that, but yes.
All right. Well, like I said, as long as what I'm trying to do right here works out, then you might get something else tonight. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I won't count on it. Okay. But, yes. I don't remember what it was that you gave us last time.
It was last time. It was empanadas.
Yes. Both of us really thought, hey, this guy knows what he's doing.
Well, I'm glad you think that because in reality, I'm definitely just winging it. But if it seemed like that way, then that's good to hear.
It was delicious and a very nice surprise. So appreciate it.
Of course, of course.
Okay. Come on, camp host dog. Let's go. Okay, let's go.
Oh, that's adorable, Chad. Yeah, no, I'd like to deliver Roger some corn pudding later tonight if I can, because I mean, I can already tell I'm gonna have way too much corn pudding, so if I can deliver some of that, offload to him, that'd be perfect. Him and his wife. I don't know what his wife's name is, but yeah, good old Roger, man. He's the goat, absolutely. All right, so yeah, we just need to, like I said, prepare the oven and stuff. Okay, so all right, let me. Actually, well, okay, before I do anything else, honestly, man, I need to piss because I've been drinking this beer all night and I've somehow actually managed to contain my bladder up to this point, but I think it's just about that time. So let me throw one more log on here because don't want this fire to die down, obviously. And then quick piss, and then it's time for the oven thing. All right. The last bundle of firewood here. Technically, I do have more wood in my car, so I'm not worried about running out, but the last one that I officially brought out. All right, so let's put that there. All right, chat. I'm going to take a little piss here. Enjoy the scenic view of the campfire doing its thing, and I'll be back in a minute or two. Be right back. You can't hear me here. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, there we go. I see you, chat. Am I going to run out of wood? Actually, well, you think I would, but no pun intended. But I've actually got more wood in my car that I'm saving for later tonight. So no need to worry about that. Am I peeing hard? I absolutely did. I really, really pissed like a racehorse in there, but now we're Gucci. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. So the beef Wellington, good to go. And now all I need to do is melt some butter. So let me do that. Now, when it comes to my oven apparatus I'm using tonight, it's not what you'd call a traditional campfire oven setup. If you're going to use a traditional campfire oven, you'd use the cast iron Dutch oven, which ironically I have, and yet I'm not going to use it as an oven. Is that smart? Probably not, but I've never been known to be a smart man. All right, here we go. So we're going to try to cook the corn pudding in this, just like in a little aluminum tray here. It's not going to be just this over the campfire. Don't worry, we're going to get a little bit more elaborate than that, but it is going to be something that we use as our base little dish here. So I need to melt some butter in this. So I'm going to just put this on the grate right there in the campfire pit thing, and assume that will melt like butter is expected to melt over a fire. Hold on, let me prepare that real quick. What's this, 2 tablespoons, it says, recipe says? Did I do a cabin tour yet? I did not. I mean, it's the same cabin as last time. I'm going to keep it real. There's not that much new to show off, but I can do it a little later if we're waiting on this thing to bake, for what it's worth. Okay, 2 tablespoons. Okay. So, like I said, hoi! Aluminum tin right here. Okay. Butter. All right. We're going to assume this will melt in relative proximity to the fire here. There you go. Now, we're going to try to rely on the fact that this fire has burned down to largely just coals. So, while right now it looks like more of like a stove setup that we were using earlier, we're going to make this into an oven setup. So, what the plan here is, will this work? I don't know. But I've done something similar to this in the past, where basically what I do is we've got the thing that we want to use as our cooking dish, like so. Wooden spoon. Hold on, where are you? There you are. Actually, let me grab wooden spoon. Let me grab chat. Let me grab... Oh my, let's refill the beer actually before anything else. That is mandatory. Oi. That butter's starting to do its thing anyways. Good news. So, we're going to take this little cake pan thing, whatever you want to call it right there, and we're going to cover it with a larger aluminum tray to the point where it's going to be like this little self-contained heated dome by like the larger aluminum tray. Now the idea is that like it's going to absorb the heat from this side of the fire and keep it contained within the entire dome under the aluminum tray and act as if like an oven. So it's going to be heated like indirectly by the fire. You don't want direct heating because it's going to get too hot. But in theory, if it spreads from that side to this side over the indirect heating, that's the theory as to how this is going to work as an oven. I've done something similar in the past with charcoal over like grills, and it's worked decently well. That's most of the rest of the growler. Hold on. What's left in here? Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay. Yeah. All right, there we go. Anyways, sorry. Can't let good beer go to waste. All right, so anyways, the idea is that we're going to use the indirect heat of the campfire here to hopefully bake something in a way where it's not going to burn, but it'll at least like get a nice little even distribution of heat from the coals of the campfire. Not directly over the fire, but the coals off of the side. Okay. Okay. So, because of that, we have, let me bring chat. Working on melting the butter here, and that's going pretty good. Once this butter melts, I'm going to spread it just across the course of the entire little pan here. Then we're just going to literally just pour in that little mixture of corn pudding batter or whatever that we made earlier. And then we're just going to try to bake it, and we'll see what happens. We're just going to see if it creates something that resembles corn pudding. Now, the only thing is, like, the only problem with this setup that I'm a little worried about is the fact that, like, an aluminum tray is not really going to retain heat like something like a cast iron Dutch oven would. It's not going to heat up in a way that's going to maybe cook it as evenly as you would expect cast iron to. So I might have to, like, rotate this a couple of times over the course of the baking process to make sure that it evenly bakes. But I think, if all goes according to plan, I think if I rotate it a couple of times and I've got like a little aluminum dome that we can put on top to contain the heat, I think it should be a relatively even cooking process that should work, ultimately, hopefully. No, I majored in meteorology because my makeshift climate control experience. Dude, I love doing stuff like this. I love doing random ass cooking apparatuses that aren't traditional, that aren't supposed to be. It's like, I don't like, yeah, I can do it the easy way. Yes, could I use my cast iron Dutch oven? Of course I could, but that's too easy, man. What's the fun in that? I need this butter to melt faster. Come on, man. All right, I'm gonna get a little greedy and just put that closer to the fire. Why did I move to Indiana? Was it work related? I mean, it quite literally was, yeah. Or quite literally was, yeah. I mean, like, when I decided to start full-time streaming, I lived in California, and you have to keep in mind, like, in California, the cost of living is insane. It's, I mean, not like I'm an expert at this sort of thing, but it's one of the most expensive places to live in the entire country. So if you're going to decide to work a profession where essentially you can work it from anywhere that has an internet connection and electricity, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do it in California. So I went to college out here in Indiana, specifically to Purdue University. And so when I decided to give this a shot, I decided that, like, well, all right, it makes probably more sense to move away from California and do it in a place that's cheaper. So considering I was already familiar with this area and considering I already knew people in this area, I moved back to Indiana to give this a shot. And here I am to this very day. There you go. It's my cooking skill, I think. I mean, I'm hardly an expert, but so maybe the title, but I would say, like, the title of the stream might be maybe a little disingenuous at this point. I'll admit that I've acquired some cooking skills over the years of doing these cooking streams. I'm actually sort of proud of the fact that I've gotten to the point where I can feel, I don't know, at least somewhat confident in my ability to cook things that aren't completely terrible. All right, cool. Butter is melted, so let's go ahead and add the filling, shall we? So, okay, here we go. Now the question of whether this entire setup is going to work or not. Let's see, chat. Let's see. Okay, so here is the batter that we're going to use for the corn pudding. All right. And here is the big ass aluminum tray that we're going to put over it. So the idea is that we're going to, I don't want this beer to spill. The idea is that we're going to fill this tray right here that I should really have an oven mitt for. Hold on. Okay. We're going to fill this aluminum tray with the batter and then put it into our little oven setup and hope that it bakes relatively evenly over time here. So, It's probably pretty hot, I'd assume. Okay. And like I said, I have way too much batter for one tray here, so that's why I'm thinking like Roger might get a delivery of a second one if I have time to cook it later. But for now, let's fill this up at least to its... Well, actually, you know what? Maybe that will be... Oh, never mind. You know what? That entire bowl does fit in there. Okay. I was thinking like, wow, that's way too much stuff, but actually that ended up being pretty close to perfect. Cool. Okay. Ooh, I just tasted some of the batter. That's nice. Oh, okay, smoke in my face. That's not very pleasant. All right, cool. So, get that put in there. All right. Actually, all right, now it's looking pretty good. Okay, cool. So, got that filled up right there. And let's try my best to see if I can get this somewhat on level ground. Doesn't matter as much if I get the beef Wellington on level ground, but this one I want to be relatively even, so maybe I'll put this on this side. All right, like so. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is take that aluminum cover and put it over like this, okay? So, if you see what's going on here, here's the idea. This is actually kind of space-wise perfect. You can see that the aluminum cover here, the right side, like this side right here, is just over the coals. It's just over the fire to the point where it's absorbing heat from that side of the fire. But the corn pudding tray itself is not directly over the fire. So the idea is that like, okay, so this side of the tray takes in the heat and then it retains the heat into the rest of this little tray, and it should, in theory, I don't know, create like an oven environment where it should get hot enough to be an oven. That's the theory. I've done something similar to this in the past and it's worked okay, so I hope this works, but we're gonna give this a good 45 minutes and see what happens, and hopefully once we take this out it'll look like something that's, I don't know, corn pudding-ish. I gotta imagine corn pudding's got a pretty high tolerance for varying levels of heat, so in theory I've got some flexibility to work with here. Okay, cool. Now, we're going to use the same oven setup for the beef Wellington as well, so let's get those into the cooking apparatus as well. So, the beef Wellington, I don't know. So this one was a little weird. I was thinking like, well, I can't really put this directly over the grate because it's going to stick. That's not going to work well. So, the side close to the fire is going to get a Bertel after 45 minutes. No, yeah, I'll definitely rotate it. Don't worry. I'm not going to just keep it in that same orientation the entire time. Yeah, I'll rotate it like a couple of times for sure. So anyways, this one I'm thinking we're gonna do something similar. I've got an aluminum tray that's a little different sized. I kind of worried way too long as to how to pick the correct size tray. So this one's a little bit smaller. We're gonna try to put these into there and do the same sort of thing, right? But I need to figure out a way to put the beef Wellingtons in a way that can sit on the grate properly. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use just like a pie tray, a lot of aluminum stuff, aluminum the goat. We're gonna use like aluminum pie tray. I think I'm gonna I'm gonna probably oil the bottom of this, put these into here, and then put that on the grate down there, and then cover it with the aluminum tray, and then hope that works in the same sort of oven way? Question mark? So, keep in mind, I'm kind of just like winging this. Is this gonna work? I don't know. If it doesn't, the good news is I've got the propane stove or even just the actual cast iron Dutch oven as a backup plan to cook this stuff, but I don't know. The concept in my mind works. So let me prepare this. Take gas back on the menu. Yeah, worst case scenario, not that far from civilization. Pizza King would have me covered if I have to. All right, so let me oil the bottom of this just a tiny bit. Don't want to make don't need excessive oil here at the bottom, but want enough to the point where it's not going to stick there. Where's the old man? Oh, Roger, you mean? Roger's made a visit. Roger's chilling his RV over there. He's got like the luxury setup. He's got like the full-on RV power and water hookup setup that all the cool kids have. I'm just sitting here as a pleb with my campfire and my little ghetto murder cabin. Okay. So I'm hoping both of these will fit inside of this aluminum tray. Okay. Might have to warp these a little bit to the point where they might be a little bit less circular than you'd wish they would be, but as long as they fit, that's what counts. Yeah, they're a little up against each other to the point where I'm a little worried about they might like kind of fuse together, but I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be all right. Okay. I'm going to oil the top of these a little bit as well, just to, I don't know, make sure they get a nice little crisp at the top. And if anything, maybe this prevents them from being burned to an extent. Is that how that works? I don't know. Okay. Let's go ahead and add these to the same kind of quote-quote oven situation as the corn pudding. Camp cooking in hard mode. Yeah, I like doing like really adventurous shit like this. Doing it easy mode is boring. All right. So, there you see the fire doing its thing. We got the right side there perfectly set up, ready for the beef Wellington. Yeah, separating these is gonna kind of suck later on, but we're gonna worry about that when the time comes. All right, so let's put that right there. And then, add that on top, like so. Okay, there we go. Well, shit. I'm a little concerned that one's not really going to get enough heat. I can see some coals that are close enough to the... I can see coals that are close enough to this one that'll heat it properly. I'm not sure this one's going to get heated properly, so I'm a little tempted. I do have charcoal that I brought to cheat. I'm a little tempted to put some charcoal, like maybe at like this corner right there, just to ensure that enough heat gets transferred in. So, you know what? Let me do that right now. Yep. Where did I put my charcoal? Oh, I got it with me right here. Hui. Boom. Game prepared, baby. All right. I'm going to take this off for a sec. I hope these, I'm a little concerned, like, you know, maybe because they're so cramped in there, that could be a problem, but I'm going to hope that works out fine. Charcoal briquettes down there. Charcoal is obviously ideal for this because charcoal is something that just smolders and doesn't really burn per se, right? So, charcoal, the good news is, like, this setup that I'm using in the past, like with the indirect heat, has worked well with charcoal in the past. I've done this already with charcoal and it's already proven to be effective, so in theory, there should be a bit of a cheat code as far as ensuring that the oven method should be a thing that works. Choo-choo. Come on, baby. All right, let's add a little bit more. By the way, this normally I don't like backseating, but if anybody has any suggestions as to why what I'm doing right now wouldn't work, I'm willing to hear your input. I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to be in a situation where it's 10 p.m. and I have no food to eat, so if anybody would like to tell me why this won't work, this is your chance to do so. I think this will, for what it's worth. I think this is actually pretty... Oh. Okay, outside of the smoke getting in my eyes. I think this is like a pretty, I'm not going to say a slam dunk, but a somewhat surefire way to make this work, but I'm all ears. I mean, I am going to add another log to this fire, though, on the other side, though, just to ensure that it's not going to peter out to the point where it's not producing any heat at all. There we go. That should be good. Whew. It'll be fine, right? That's what I'm thinking. Let me add another log to this, though, because I do want to make sure the fire doesn't obviously burn out. That would not be good. There we go. All right, and let me add the aluminum tray back over it. Okay. There we go. Now, like I said, we'll have to turn this a couple of times. Pretty sure I'll have to rotate this 2 or 3 times just to ensure one side doesn't get overcooked. But I like the concept. All right. Shit is hot as fuck for a long time. That thing will not even be... Wait, that thing will be hot even without another log. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. That's why I added logs to, like, the other side. I don't want to add, like, logs directly underneath because, yeah, we don't need, like, direct flames there. Try to move some coals from the logs onto the grates or get a small amount of direct heat into the process. No, I don't. Because keep in mind, like, this entire metal fire ring is already hot. Like, the metal has absorbed a lot of heat to the point where, like, I can't really keep my hand on this because it's really hot. So, like, there's a lot of ambient heat just already sitting here. If I put my hand even on this side, it's already quite hot. So I think with the ambient heat that already exists just within this metal fire ring, in addition to the heat that's being absorbed from the coals that are coming up through here, I think it's going to be fine. I think that's going to be hot as is. Because I've got beef and pastry, I don't want to cook it too fast. Pastry will burn, meat won't cook. Probably want to lower the heat so not too close to the fire. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I think this is very indirect, right? Like, the fire is not really particularly close to the thing right now. I think it's fine. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Well, I'll check on it, but I don't want to, like, keep taking it. I don't want to keep taking the grate off because, like, every time I take the top off, all the heat escapes. So I think if I just leave it as is, I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. All right. But yes, I will rotate because, yes, I'm aware of the fact that this side will be hotter than the other side, for sure. You've done similar ways of roasting. It always worked for you. Just take long as time. Yeah, I'm in it for the long haul. I'm prepared to accept the fact that this could take a while, but that's okay. The good news is we have stuff to do in the meantime. Meat is cooked. Worst case, my pastry will be undercooked. Well, the meat's not cooked, actually. The outside, we seared the outside, but we put it on really high heat. So what happened was the outside got seared, but the inside is still essentially raw. So the idea is that, like, now it can have low heat for the entire time, so that way we can give time for the pastry to cook without overdoing the meat. Okay. I'm glad, chat. You're nothing about this entire process you're saying I'm horribly wrong. So okay. I think we're gonna be okay. I think we'll be okay. Cool. All right. So, I think the vast majority of the work is done. That was the hard part's over. Cool. I hope this works. If this doesn't work, well, there's always Pizza King, but in the meantime, let's just chill a bit, chat. Let's just chill a bit. We've got plenty of tasty beverages to enjoy in the meantime. So let me frame this properly. Hold on. Cool. Hoi. Little cleanup, little cleanup. One sec. I'm actually pleasantly surprised and glad that there's been no like actual major disasters tonight. Last time that we did this, we had a few disasters, like the camera falling over and almost into the fire, which was horrifying. So I'm glad this time around. Number one, the weather's cooperating, and number two, that the fire apparatus is kind of working as we originally assumed it would. Good news. Good news. Okay, all right. I think I'm ready to just chill by the fire and talk to chat for a bit. Take that one. Where's my beer? I put it somewhere. There you are. Hello. All right. Oh my. Put you there, put you here. Oh, I'm forgetting one very important thing, obviously. There we go. Hey, bud. Okay. So we got, like I said, about 45 minutes. So it's right now, what, 8:30 p.m., 8:34, whatever. So let's assume those have been on there for 10 minutes already. One of them has been. So we'll do our first check at, let's see, 8:25, 9 p.m. or so. I'll do my first check. How about that? Or, well, okay, I should do it earlier just to rotate them. So I'll do my first check at 8:45, maybe. Okay, that'll work. Cool. Anyways, in the meantime, let's chill, chat. Let's chill. Grab my tongs. Okay. So far, at least, I think this is going according to plan. As per cooking stream tradition, it's taking forever, and like from the start of when I've been cooking this to when I'm ultimately going to finish, it's going to end up being probably over 4 hours, which, yeah, not ideal, but expected for me at least. It's pretty dark here in Florida. It looks really light there still. The camera's doing some favors. It's definitely dusk at this point. We've probably got another 20 or 30 minutes of daylight left, and it's going to be night. But it's all right. I got my light set up, so it's fine. But that is one thing I like living about. I mean, I'm not even that far north, but I'm north-ish. I do like the fact that there is a large variety between like how light it gets during the summer versus the winter. Keep in mind, I'm a night person, so like I know a lot of people would bemoan the fact that like, oh, where I live, like, oh, it gets dark at like 4 p.m. in the winter. I personally love that. I'm okay with that, but some people would hate that. But I do like the variety of the fact that like during the winter it gets dark at like 4 p.m., whereas like during the summer it gets dark here at like 9:30, something like that. That's kind of cool. But yeah, it's darker here than you probably think on camera. It's just the camera does some favors for sure. Being on the west side of time zones is this. Well, the ironic thing is, like, being a night person, it's actually probably the opposite, because like if you're on the west side of a time zone, that means it stays light out later, but the sun also comes up later in the morning, which means that like this basically it's darker in the morning for longer and lighter in the evening for later. I actually I'm a weirdo. I prefer where it actually gets lighter, or where it gets darker earlier, but I will say for something like this right here, it is convenient that it gets dark kind of late. Yeah, for sure. Not if you like the NFL. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to sports in general, it's so much more convenient to be on East Coast time. That I've learned. Growing up on the West Coast, I realized that the world is not built for West Coast time people. It's definitely built for East Coast time people. Like everything about the schedule of any event like that happens that you want to watch on TV or anywhere is planned around like, well, you live on the East Coast, right? So I'm not gonna lie, it's more convenient to live on Eastern time than it is Western time nowadays. It's bright outside to like 9 in SoCal. That's a lie. I know growing up in SoCal, at the peak of absolute summer, like the equinox, sorry, not the equinox, the solstice, it would stay out light out to like 8. You're a liar though. Like, no, it doesn't stay out, like, it doesn't stay light till 9. I mean, like, maybe like twilight to the point where like there's barely some color in the sky still, but like, no, not like 9, no, like closer to like 8:30. No, not even that, like 8 at the best. Because like right here, like where I am right now, it's gonna get dark at like 9:15 probably, something like that. So, anyways, chat, you enjoying yourselves? Hope you are. I know this is not like a, well, I don't know. I was about to say, I know this is not like a flashy cooking stream. I feel like that about every cooking stream. Like, oh, this is nothing fancy, it's nothing special, but I hope you guys are enjoying. I am. This is chill. This is chill. I love this this campground right here. This campground, usually a large part of the cooking stream or like the IRL stream stress comes from like whether the stream will work or not. I love this location because not only is it perfect for like the random weird shit I want to do, but also like I just know like historically it's always worked perfectly for stream. So glad it's going well. Having a good time. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. It was an 8:44 p.m. sunset last night. Where in SoCal are you? Because like I know in South Orange County, like 8:44 p.m. sunset, that was not a thing. Are you in like SLO or like Bakersfield or describe SoCal? I'm skeptical. I got a real Californian like ready to judge you as for what you define as Southern California. Having a great time in AV jail, but get to experience the outdoors. Ugh, that's rough, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Like being a person who finished AV like in the kind of I guess minimum time possible, even that for me was absolutely torturous. So to hear that you're still doing AV now is, I'm sorry, man. Good luck. Good luck. I hope you make it through that torturous experience because that was horrible for me. Horrible. Isn't distance from the equator change when the sun sets not east to west? What? Well, yeah, I mean, like the further away from the equator you are, the bigger the swings are from when the sun sets in the summer versus the winter, right? So like the more south you are, the more even or consistent it will stay throughout the entire year. Started later, so one more week after this. Oof, good luck, man. Good luck. Very little nice house on the prairie aesthetic at the campsite. Hell yeah, dude. Exactly. I agree. I love this place because it looks like you're in the middle of nowhere, but I'm actually, in reality, not really, but it gets that nice feeling for sure. 337K more for your 13 on your alt, but you have been putting it off. Once the main hits 14, you took a break. Yeah, I'm in a situation where, like, in theory, at some point, it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world to, like, do another couple weeks of 337 on either the EU alts or the NA work to get 13, but AV, I mean, AV is AV. What else can you say, man? I don't know. Will I do that? Like, if I'm going to do that, it's only going to be on AV weekends, and even then, like, I'm not desperate, that's for sure. I'm not desperate at all. We'll see. We'll see. Are you in Long Beach, really? Sunset's around 8:30, 8:40 in June. I mean, for what it's worth, I was in Laguna Niguel. Obviously not that much further south. 8:30. I always remember as a kid, like, during the peak of summer, like, the last usable light would be, like, 8. Maybe 8:15. Sun sets at 8:30, 8:40. I can't look this up because, like, I'm not able to because my phone is being used as the camera. But chat, can you look this up? Like, what time does the sun set in Long Beach, California on May 14th? I'm calling bullshit. Like, that's like okay, fine. June 25th, the summer solstice. What time does the sun set in Long Beach, California? Chat, someone with Google, tell me. Okay, right now, today, 7:46. Okay, fair. What is it on June 25th, aka the summer solstice? I'm ready to call bullshit, by the way. $8:07. Wow, that's almost exactly checking out with my observation of the sunlight lasting when I was a kid from about 8 to 8:15. Oh, and magically the dude that like wants to support his argument says 8:37, whereas everyone else says 8:07. Any liars in the chat, dude? Any Weasley little liars, dude? What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to my audience. I don't know, man. From timeanddate.com. I trust Google more than this weasel. I can tell you that from my own personal experience growing up, you're full of shit, man. The sun does not set at 8:37 at any point, at any time of the year in Southern California. It just doesn't. That's just not a thing. What's up, Chittico? First time watcher. I think you'll like me for a few months. Thanks, I guess. I mean, shit, a few months is better than no months, I guess. All right. Man, I'm so tempted to... Okay, so I said I would check on this at 8:45, right? I mean, this fire feels hot, so... I don't know. Is this working? I hope so. We're going to check here in a second. We're going to do our first check. If we see any sort of like, oh, this looks like it's working sort of results, then A, I'm going to rotate the apparatus, and B, I will feel a little bit more confident for the rest of the entire time. Okay, so at a bunch of coordinates that I don't know what they mean. 2020, astronomical twilight, not lying. No. Astronomical twilight is completely different than sunset. Okay, astronomical twilight essentially means the last light that's visible before it's completely pitch black outside. Versus sunset, which is when the sun literally dips below the horizon. Like, there's a difference between twilight, which is essentially you can't see shit anymore, versus sunset, where, like, you know, that's the last usable daylight. Okay, you want to know? Okay, fine. You want the full childhood experience, what I'm talking about here? I used to play wiffle ball in my little cul-de-sac that I lived in, like, for my house in Southern California. And I would play wiffle ball with a friend. And the friend would always come over at about anywhere between 6:30 to 7 p.m. I just remember this during the summer. And so I would always remember, like, okay, we've got about an hour, maybe an hour and a half at best, to play wiffle ball until it gets too dark, and then we'll have to go inside and do other shit indoors, because that's when the sun sets, like midsummer. So as a kid, I've got vivid memories of, like, 8 p.m. was about the limit, maybe 8:15 at the peak of summer, and then, like, sorry, it's too dark, time to take your ass indoors. So 8:37, ain't no way, dude. Unless the Earth has somehow, like, has shifted in its orbits in a way in the past 20 years that I haven't heard about. 8:37, ain't no way. Okay, I'm hearing something like kind of bubbling in there. Ooh, you know what? I think I hear the oil that I put in the oil that I put inside of the beef Wellington thing, I think is bubbling. Okay, that means that it's, I mean, hot. That's good. Is it too hot though? Let's check. We've successfully yapped enough to kill some time to the point where now we can check to see how our cooking apparatus is doing. All right. Anyways, any liars in the chat? Weasley little liars. Okay. Ooh, okay, I can see some cooking action going on here. I can definitely see that the side closer to the fire is cooking faster than the other side, which is to be expected. So let's go ahead and rotate that. Ooh. Also, yeah, unsurprisingly, these are expanding quite a bit to the point where, in a perfect world, we would have a larger little tray here to cook with, but oh well, it is what it is. All right, nice. Okay. I don't know. Looks like it's working so far. Let's check this side as well. I guess you guys can't really see. Hold on. Wait. Sorry, I probably didn't properly show you what the beef Wellington was look like. I'll show you again. Hold on. So, oh shit. Oh, come on. So, look at that side right there. Cooking. Cool. I already rotated it, so now the lesser cooked side. Oh, come on. The lesser cooked side is, okay. The lesser cooked side is now the closest side to the fire, so in theory that side should now start cooking a little bit more. In there. All right, and then this side, or this one, let's see how this is doing. This would be the corn pudding over here. Oh, come on. I'm gonna put it in the oven mitt. This is really hot. Train, yes sir. I live in a drive or flyover country, so places where trains can freely roam throughout the countryside and not worry about bothering people because no one lives here. Okay, well, it was a lot easier in my head. Okay. So look at that. The this side is cooking. The other side is not. So let's go ahead and rotate this so that way we get the other side some heat in here. Oh, this is easier said than done, I will admit. Let me get a stick. Okay, I gotta be very careful here. I don't want to spill this whole thing because it's still very liquidy. Okay, this side you can already tell is starting to cook, so that's good news. So let's literally just rotate this in a way where the other side is now closest to the fire. Okay. Do that like so. Okay, there we go. All right. I mean, I think it'll work. I'm a little concerned, I guess, about the center. I know the sides will cook because the sides are always going to be, if I keep rotating, the sides will be close enough, right? But I am a little concerned about the center, whether that's going to receive enough heat or not, but I guess we just have to hashtag trust the process, huh? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Oh. Throw a coal under that? I don't think I need to. I think you're underestimating just how amazingly hot that side is right now. Like, keep in mind, this has been a fire that's been burning now for a good 4 hours, so I don't think we need to have more heat on this. I think the heat is already high enough as it is. Spread the coals out so there isn't a big flame. Well, no, you gotta keep in mind, like, so I've got this set up for a reason. So if I can show you what's going on here, it's not under direct heat, right? Like, the coals are sitting right here. I mean, I guess you could argue that I could move this further this way. That's fair. But the coals are only barely overlapping with where the aluminum trays are right here. So, like, in theory, what's supposed to be happening is, like, the coals are supposed to be emanating heat into this just far little corner of the aluminum trays, and that radiates heat into the entirety of the aluminum tray here to bake the entire thing. And, like, same for this one, right? So I don't want to use direct heat because that would just cook it too fast. Now I recognize it's going to be hotter on this side than it will be on this side, so that's why I got to rotate it. But you're saying put some coals on top. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Put some coals on top to, like, help the cook the center as, like, okay, I get it. So, like shovel some coals onto this. Yeah, I mean that's what you normally do with like a Dutch oven, right? I like that idea, except for the fact that, like, when I need to basically take the coals, when I need to rotate the thing underneath, like, I can't have coals sitting on top of that, or I'll just have to, like, dump them off every time. I mean, I guess I could still, but if I spread the coals to under the grill, it'll work better. Yeah, but I don't want to, like, directly, I don't want to have direct heat, because I don't want to, like, if I had coals directly under, it feels like it's just going to overheat it. It feels like it's going to be too hot. So that's why I'm trying to keep it, like, relatively indirect. But I mean, I see what you're saying. I don't know, because when I lifted this up, like, you could see, like, this side was cooking a lot. Like, this side as well, cooking a lot. This side wasn't cooking much. So, one thing I will do, 100% for sure, no matter what, right now, I'm gonna add another log on the very opposite end of the fire, like this side, just so that way the flame keeps going. Because I'm a little concerned right now. The fire is getting a little low, so I don't want it to die out completely. But if I put a log on the other end, that'll ensure that we just get another log worth of coals. But easy oven to make is coat the inside of a cardboard box with tin foil. Is that a thing? That sounds like a good way to burn your house down. I don't know about that one, dude. But I do like your idea. Maybe what I'll do, okay, how about this? Maybe once I've done the, I guess, quote, quote, last rotation of this setup where like I've rotated for what I think is going to be the last time, maybe then I'll shovel some coals on top because then maybe, because then in theory, like then I won't have to worry about like having to take it off and do it again. What's up, Ian Lowell coming off the tier 179 for 61 months. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. Appreciate you, dude. Is the steak chilling in the cooler till later? Dude, the steak is in here. This is beef Wellington. I don't know what you thought was in here, but this is the steak wrapped in the filling, wrapped in like essentially biscuit dough, and then now it's like, I don't know, yeah, it's in the dough, yeah. Buddy. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Hold on, let me zoom this out a bit so it's not just the fire. Don't get me wrong. The steak on its own would have been absolutely delicious, and I wouldn't have minded just like literally just calling that the meal. But for what it's worth, that's easy. I mean, I don't know, that would have been boring. It'd have been good, but it'd have been boring. Yeah, I can cook steak, no problem, but this is more interesting in my opinion, just because now this adds an element of, can we bake properly over a campfire with this admittedly very ghetto setup? What's up, Danish Lurker? Thanks, man. Beef Wellington and open fire is risky. I'm aware of that. I tried this before in an open fire, and I'm not going to say failed miserably, but I didn't get to the work to the point where I had to go like to a backup plan. I'm trying to redeem myself this time around. Let me grab my beer. Oy. Here, here. I'll give you guys a good POV of what's going on here, because I think if you get the actual visual of what I'm talking about, you'll understand a little better why I think this is fine as is. I think from this angle, you're seeing like maybe it's not getting enough heat, but if you look at it from this angle, you'll see that there's plenty of hot coals. See, like on the very edge of where like the aluminum trays are, to the point where I think the edges are absorbing plenty of heat, right? Like the edges are intaking plenty of heat. And if you look down here, like look at like this sort of area right here, you'll see smoke coming out of like even the back of that aluminum tray, implying that like the entire underside of the aluminum tray is hot. So I think it's fine. I mean, once again, we're getting pretty close to the point we're going to check again to see how it's looking. So I will show you guys, I will show you guys what it's looking like here in another couple of minutes, but I think we're fine, because I mean, it's a balancing act, right? You don't want it to be too hot, but you don't want it to be too cold, so you kind of just have to do trial and error on this whole thing. Do I count my calories on a normal day? Nowadays, nah, man. Back when I first started working out and when I first started trying to like, quote, quote, min-max my fitness, I did track my macros. I would track them, not really when I was bulking, but mostly when I was just cutting. And I did that for long enough to the point where I kind of just got a pretty intuitive understanding of the approximate amount of calories that would be in any dish that I made or prepared or got for myself. So nowadays, no, I don't keep an exact track of my macros. Nowadays, I just have a general idea of how to make sure that I maintain over time, at least a caloric, I guess, equilibrium. Oh shit, okay, Coral Maker, how do I pronounce your name? Is it not Coral Maker? Because like, how the fuck else do I pronounce it? Did you say this earlier? I didn't see if you did, but anyways, 5 gifted subs. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. Those gifted subs will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. It's Mariker? What? No, that can't be right. Wait, what? Marker? Oh. 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 How? You know, every time I've ever read your name, I've just read Coral Maker, and yet now that I look at your name, it does say Coral Marker, doesn't it? It's the beers, blame the beers. The problem is I've pronounced this name this way for a very long time when I've been completely sober. I'm gonna call you Coral Maker. Not because it's the correct way to pronounce your name as written, because you were correct. But I've called you Coral Maker for so long that I'm not going to change at this point. It's way too ingrained in my brain. If I try to change it now, it ain't going to work. So yeah, you're Coral Maker, but I recognize that I'm pronouncing it wrong. All right, for what it's worth, you're right. I'm wrong. But thanks for the 5. Or was it 5? Yes, 5. Thank you, Coral Maker. The sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Dyslexia Fund. Appreciate it, dude. Did he change his name and he's gaslighting us? I'm pretty sure he did. Okay. Let's go ahead and see how we're doing here, all right? Also, I'm going to turn on the light on my thing here. It's starting to get kind of dark out here, so we're going to need a light pretty soon. Otherwise, it's going to get rather dark. All right. There we go. All right. Let us see how the stuff is doing here. Oy. Let's check this one first. Oh shit! Okay. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm seeing something that's actually cooking in a way that looks promising. Okay. I mean, obviously this side cooks faster, but that being said, I'm still seeing some overall even heating to the point where, like, I think it's working. Okay. Put that over there again. All right. How's this side doing? Now, this one was looking a little bit more sketch as far as its even cooking. So this one, weirdly, I was more concerned about the beef Wellington originally, but now I'm kind of more concerned about the corn pudding as far as its evenness of the cooking process. Oh shit! Look at that! Oh, baby, look at that! That's going perfectly, man. It's not done, but the entire thing is setting. I don't know how well you can tell based on the camera here, but this is actually working. No shot. Okay, baby. All right. That is actually working beautifully. All right. Oh well. Okay. It is still rather liquidy, but that being said, I actually have a somewhat high level of confidence now that this is going to be a thing that actually works. Okay, sick. Nice. All right, okay. Good shit. Good stuff. Go, do the thing. Okay, cool. Nice. Boys. I think it's actually gonna work. Oh, baby. Boys. All right, nice. Check out the set on that put. Yeah, it still needs some time. Don't get me wrong. It's not to the point where it's ready, but it's clearly like cooking. I mean, it's starting to set. You can tell, like, the entire thing is hot, and it's to the point where it's gonna ultimately do a thing. Okay, cool. All right, chat. I think with that being said, number one, it's time to finish off our beer. Cheers. And number two, it's time to move on to what you might call the main event of the night as far as our adult beverages are concerned. Now, you guys would know that I'm a Scotch enjoyer, okay? You guys would know that I'm a person who enjoys his, I'm not going to say ultra fancy Scotches because that gets expensive, but my decent Scotches, good Scotches from time to time. And, okay, actually, before I get into that, let me add one more log to this. I'm a little concerned that the fire will peter out too fast, so let me just add some extra heats off to the side. There we go. Okay, so, you know I'm a fan of my Scotches. So, this was, I don't know, was it like a month ago or something? Maybe like a couple of months ago. It was a while ago at this point. Our good viewer and friend and monetary contributor, Mr. Bajak, aka Bayak, I don't actually know how to pronounce his name, donated some funds, okay, to buy a certain Scotch. Now, the story behind the Scotch, Drex, are you here, bud? I know you said you'd be here, so I'm checking to see. This is a roll call, see if Drex is here, because this is relevant to the story that I'm about to tell. Bajak, aka Bayak, aka whatever you pronounce his name as, contributed some funds, like some donations to the stream, that were specifically meant for a scotch that got brought up by Daddy Drex. So I can't remember the exact context, but one night we were talking about, I was talking about my favorite scotches. I think I was enjoying some scotch on stream that night. I can't exactly remember. Oh, that's right. I was enjoying the Port Charlotte 10 from Dan Pete that he had sent me. And Drex brought up in the moment like what his favorite scotch was, which was Glendronach. I think he said 21. Now, Glendronach 21, for those that don't know, is I think it was like a $250 bottle of scotch. A little out of my price range. It's not even as insane as some bottles of scotch will run you, but like a little out of my price range, to the point where I was like, well, okay, I don't know about that one. But at my local fancy liquor store, they did have the more, I guess, quote-unquote, standard offering of Glendronach. They had Glendronach 12. So Glendronach 12, or I'd say just the brand of Glendronach in general, is a brand of scotch that I've not tried up until this point because, number one, I'd not seen it available in any local liquor store that I had. And number two, it's a non-peated scotch. So like usually I'm into peated scotches, which are like the super smoky, super tire fiery, like burnt rubber tasting scotches that I'm a big fan of. And Glendronach is more of like on the opposite end of the Scotch spectrum, because like the Scotch spectrum has a huge variety of like super smoky all the way to like very sweet. So Glendronach is on the other side of the spectrum where it's like, it's supposed to be one that's on the sweeter side, the bit more mellower side, not smoky at all. It's a sherried scotch, which essentially means that it's aged in sherry barrels instead of something like a bourbon barrel or fresh oak barrels, whatever. Okay, so we got ourselves, I'm going to grab this. Oh, this is empty. Let me go in and just... All right, so last month I picked up a bottle of not Glendronach 21 because I'm not made of money, but I did pick up a bottle of Glendronach 12 right here. Nice. And we're going to give it a shot on stream tonight because it's my birthday, so I feel like trying a new scotch and enjoying some fancy liquor that I've never gotten to taste before. So, as you guys know, whenever I do a scotch tasting, we got to get super fancy, super pretentious with it. So, let's open this bad boy up, shall we? Of course, we got to like read the stuff on it first. How much was the 12? Okay, this bottle cost me, I believe it was like about $80, I think is what it was. So not like, certainly not cheap. Not nearly as expensive as something like the 21 would have been, but it's still, $80, a pretty standard price for what I would call like a good scotch. So not unreasonable at all. Not bad. Yeah. Okay. So this is the Glendronach original, aged 12 years, matured in the finest Pedro Jimenez and Oloroso sherry casks from Spain. Highland single malt Scotch whiskey. Okay. Tasting notes. Deep. I gotta give you the ASMR experience here. Tasting notes. Deep amber red gold. The nose. Sweet. Creamy vanilla with hints of ginger and autumn fruits. The palate is rich, creamy, silky smooth with warm, rich oak and sherry sweetness. A full mouth feel. Raisins and soft fruits. The finish is long, very long, extremely long, uncomfortably long, you might say. Full and firm. I shit you not. Okay, the long part I might have exaggerated. I shit you not, though. It says full and firm. I mean, whatever. Take that as you will. And slightly... Oh, come on. And slightly nutty? Bro. They knew exactly what they were doing, right? The finish is long, full, and firm. Slightly nutty. Come on. All right. Okay. Says Rachel. I can't read your last name. Master Blender. All right. Sure. So, the Glendronach original. Deep in the East Highland Hills, the Glendronach distillery has been quietly perfecting sherry wood maturation since 1826. Our founder, James Allardyce, built his distillery in the fertile landscape of the Forgue Valley and named it Glendronach, which means Valley of the Brambles in Scots Gaelic. Here, he discovered the rich depths of sherry wood maturation, marrying Scottish spirit to Spanish cask. Little has changed over the centuries. Our craftsmen use the same iron mash tun, wooden washbucks, and saxophone copper pot stills as their forefathers did. Our signature expression, the Glendronach 12-year-old, epitomizes our unyielding dedication to the mastery of our craft. Matured in fine Pedro Jimenez and Oloroso sherry casks from Andalusia, Spain, this richly sherried Highland single malt Scotch whiskey presents smooth vanilla, soft fruits, and a memorably long, very long, nutty finish, for which it has become renowned. Distilled, matured, and bottled by the proprietress Glendronach Distillery Corporation Limited, License 1826, Forgan, Huntley, Aberdeen, Scotland, 18. Blah, 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 yeah. Okay. Every Scotch bottle, I'm always impressed by how pretentious they sound. I love Scotch; it's tasty, and I appreciate that like each Scotch has its own individual tasty notes. But whenever you read the bottles, like the little like descriptions, you would think it's like God's gift to mankind, as far as like, oh, this liquid is literal like liquid orgasm. Like, all right, settle down, bud. It's just Scotch. Okay, all right. I love Scotch, but like, come on. Okay. Let's take this out, shall we? Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let me do one last check on the quote oven here. I know I'm kind of teasing you here, but I do want to make sure that our stuff is cooking properly, because at the end of the day, this is kind of the main events of what we're trying to do here. How are we doing? Looking good. It's expanded a lot to the point where I kind of regret putting these in this small ass little pie container, but so be it, I guess. That's cooking pretty nicely, man. I'm pretty confident that this is like fully cooked in a way where like it's gonna be pretty tasty. And then let's take a look at the corn pudding. Come on. Oh, all right. Oh, careful now. Oh, yeah. All right, how liquidy we're looking here. This one's still a little liquidy to the point where I think chat was correct, and I should probably add some coals on top of the thing. The sides are cooking well. Let me show you. The sides are cooking well in a way where I think the sides will be properly cooked, but I am a little concerned about the center, because the center does seem rather jiggly still. Yeah, so let's see, what is the most uncooked side of this? Probably this side. Oh, still really warm. Okay, well, this side probably. So let me add it like this, and then I think we are going to do what chat suggested, which is add the coals maybe on top for this final little bit. So let's see, how do I properly add coals? I guess I can just use the tongs. Let me get the oven mitt out for this one. Love how much I appreciate the story and community involvement and brought that Scotch into my hands. I mean, it's always interesting, man. They always kind of exaggerate the stories just to make it sound extra pretentious, but I do appreciate that like each individual Scotch has its own interesting backstory behind it, for sure. Okay, let's add this to the center. I think this is not going to work as well compared to like it was cast iron, because cast iron will be able to absorb the heat better for sure. But that being said, these hot coals right here should, in theory, cook the center of this corn pudding, hopefully to completion. Whew, that was hot. if anything's going to work to get the job done here, it's going to be this. Like I said, I think the beef Wellington is good as is. It's looking like it's cooked fully, like even like on the center. I guess I don't know for sure, but I mean, I guess maybe, well, all right, we'll put a little bit here on the beef Wellington as well. It's harder to tell with the beef Wellington because you can't really get like the viscosity check, if you will. You can't really see if it's how liquid it is because it was never liquid to start, right? But in theory, this should help. So I guess this should be the home stretch. Like we can't really take this off the fire until this is done because otherwise these coals will have to take off and that'll kind of ruin it, right? So, all right. Okay, there we go. Hope that works. I'm also, I think, going to add another log to this on the outskirts of this fire just to make sure it keeps burning properly. Right here. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, cool. Okay. Anyways, chat. Sorry to delay the tasting here, but I want to make sure obviously I want to make sure the main courses here are properly done. Okay. Anyways. Oh. Scoot you back. Get this angle proper. There we go. Okay, let's pour ourselves some scotch. Let's see how this bad boy tastes. It's cozy. I agree, man. This is very cozy. I'm glad I don't have to be stressed about like last time I was here, this exact same campground. It was about a month and a half. It was windy. It was gonna rain soon. It was stressful. I was freaking out. This time around, it's done when it's done. All right. Fancy glass. The scotch. Oh shit, what's up, what is it? What the fuck? I am crying coming out with the gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, dude. Wow. Out of nowhere, he just poof, drops his dick on the table. Thank you, dude. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and Fancy Scotch Fund. Oh my. Alright. Joel, get up here, bud. Don't miss out on the fun. Hold on. Oh, hey, bud. There we go. All right. Whew, this fire's getting hot. Oh my. Gonna scoot back a little bit. My knees are getting hot. All right. But seriously, thank you, Mr. What the Fuck I'm Crying. Your sub's quite generous. Appreciate you, man. All right. Nice bottle length. Yeah, it's definitely got a nice overall length to it. It's got a beautiful, rich, like kind of dark amber color to it. I'll say that. Okay. Let's undo this bad boy. Stroke it more. You think I'm gonna do that for free, bro? Exclamation point OnlyFans coming soon, obviously. All right. Make sure I don't litter here. Throw this in the bottle. All right. And now, by far, the greatest part of opening any bottle of scotch. Oh! I agree, the bottle does look pretty. Very nice. Very nice looking. All right. Giving myself a cheeky little pour there. My calves are looking great. Do I work them out? I do. Probably not as much as I should, but thanks, I guess. All right. So there we go. All right. Okay, so for sure you get a different smelling note, different, I guess, what do the scotches, snobs call it? The different nose compared to like the peated scotches I traditionally drink. The scotches I normally drink are the ones that are super smoky, like I said, super tire fire, super burnt rubber sort of smell and taste. This one has a much sweeter taste, or sweeter smell to it. This one almost tastes like, or it smells like a combination of Scotch and red wine, which makes sense because it's quite literally aged in red wine barrels. So yeah, I mean, I guess that checks out, huh? Like Scotches that are sweeter, more like whiskey. Yeah, I'm more the smoky type, but this is the type that we're trying. We're branching out, if you will. All right, let me give it a taste. Okay, okay. That's good. It's tasty. I'll say this. It's not my preferred type of Scotch. It doesn't mean it's bad, but it's not my normal type of Scotch. This one is definitely on the sweeter side. It's it's very similar to bourbon, and I like bourbon. Bourbon's fine. Bourbon to me is something that ends up being like every bourbon I've ever tried is very similar to each other. I don't taste a lot of variety in bourbon, and this kind of reminds me of that. It's a sweeter taste. It's got a less like kind of like I guess woody flavor compared to bourbon. Bourbon has much more of like a raw, fresh wood taste to it, which I know sounds super pretentious, but like if you know, you know. Like this one's got more of like an aged, more of like a, how do I properly describe this? I don't know. It's got the taste of a more aged, mature whiskey compared to bourbon, which tends to be aged younger. And bourbon has more of like that raw oak taste to it, whereas like this has less of the raw oak taste and more of a sweeter, like red wine influence and like more of a, thank you, more of like a, just a mellower whiskey taste to it. It doesn't have, it's no smoke, absolutely zero smoke to it. There's zero saltiness, there's zero smoke. It's sweet and also like, I mean, I guess yeah, like the bottle description described like dark woods, like dark fruits, aged wood, not fresh wood, but like aged wood. I know that sounds pretentious as fuck, but that's kind of what it's like. Perfect drink for a termite. I mean, shit. If this is good to termites taste, then I don't blame them. It's pretty good. I like it. It's not my preferred type of Scotch. I definitely prefer the peaty Scotches, the saltier, smokier, burnt rubber Scotches. But that being said, this is tasty. I 100% will enjoy this and drink this for the rest of the night. I 100% will back up my preference towards smoky Scotches because I prefer the smoky Scotches over this type of Scotch because I've had peated Scotches that are sherried in the past. Like so sherried Scotches basically mean like Scotches that were aged in sherry barrels, like barrels that were originally used to age sherry were then used, like they poured in Scotch and they aged the Scotch in there. So it gives it a sweeter taste, which I don't hate, but I usually prefer Scotches that are like on the drier side, on the drier and like saltier and smokier side. But is it firm and nutty? My asshole is feeling a little tingle right now. It's a little firm. A little nutty. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Like, I would describe it as like dark fruit is a good descriptor. Like, roasted plums or roasted apricots or roasted, I don't know what other dark fruits exist, but like stuff like that. Do I taste nuttiness to it? Not really, to be honest. Maybe my palate's not refined enough, but Okay. What's up with the fish? Chat, indoctrinate Mr. ZTV Steezy into the Church of Joel. You guys got me on this one. What's up with the spinning fish, bro? Check my corn pudding. All right. It's probably about time. Yeah. For what it's worth, I put this in the oven at about 8:30. It's 9:22 now, so it's been 52 minutes. So yeah, in theory, it should be just about done. Okay, you're right. Let's check. Let me put my scotch in a place that isn't gonna get knocked over by Joel, which is nowhere near here. Okay, put it there. All right, you're right. Let's check. It should be. I mean, in theory, it should be just about done. Like the coals on top were supposed to be the finisher, right? So let's see. All right. You're all tangled up in the cord. Hold on, chat. There you go. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Thank God it's not windy like last time. Remember last time when the camera fell into the fire like 3 times? That wasn't very fun. All right. How are we doing? Let's see. Oh, yeah. So yeah, this is kind of what it was. We have to accept the fact that, like, okay, the coals back into the fire. That was a one-time thing. Hopefully they did the trick, because you can't. I mean, I guess you could technically put them back on, but it's not going to work super well next time. Plus, like, I'm trying not to get ash all over my food. That would not be ideal. Okay. I mean, it looks good. I'm ready to take that off the fire. Yeah. Okay. Looks good to me. Let's take that off now. Okay. All right. I thought about this exact situation. I thought about, like, how do I scoop this off the fire without burning the shit out of my hands? For those that might remember the pizza oven streams, I decided, hey, you know what? Perfect way to get this off the fire? A little pizza scooper. So I brought my pizza scooper. Yeah, I thought that far in advance. Did I overthink this cooking stream? Absolutely. All right, let's get you out of here. Oh, careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Oh, I don't want to do this in a way where I'm gonna spill this, obviously, straight into the fire. Oh, yep, there we go. Nice. All right, look at that. Beautiful. Now, this is 2 beef Wellingtons. I will admit that the cooking apparatus kind of merged them together, and I accept, like, yeah, that's not ideal, but I think that'll still be separatable and still pretty good, right? So, okay. Where do I put this to just chill? I mean, I guess I can just put it on the ground. I guess that's fine. Actually, you know what? No, I'll put this on the, I'll put some paper towels on this table over here, and then we'll rest it on that. On the ground feels a little scuffed. Okay. Let me set this down on the table over here. I think this will be good. I mean, I don't know. It looks good. It's impossible to say for sure until we actually try it, but I don't know, man. It smells good. It looks cooked. It's impossible to say for sure whether it is, but I don't know. Now, I'm a little bit more concerned about how cooked the corn pudding is. Ironically, I thought the corn pudding would be the easier one, but in reality, I am a bit concerned that the center of the corn pudding might be uncooked still. So let's see. Get the ash off here. Okay. I mean, how's the center looking? That's the real question, right? Hold on. I want to spill my scotch. Okay, how are we looking in the center here? Well, it's not like liquidy. Yeah, I mean, it's still a little, it's not as firm as I prefer is the problem. It's not, oh yeah, no, sorry. This portion's still liquidy. It's getting there. I mean, it's set a little bit, but I can definitely tell that it's not fully set, which is a problem. So, okay, here's what we're gonna do. It's up tap 3 coming top of the Prime sub. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Ghetto Cooking Apparatus Fund. Appreciate you, dude. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? I think we need to just move some coals underneath this. I think it's time that we officially just like commit to like coals underneath. So I am going to start pushing basically these closer to the grates. I think the sides are cooked. As far as I can tell, like even like this side you can tell is like even starting to burn a little bit. So I don't want to burn it, obviously, but the center needs to be cooked. So I think if we put the coals underneath here and we put this centered over the coals, I think that'll cook the center. I hope, question mark. Guess I can't be sure, but that's, I think, the only realistic solution to make sure that the center gets cooked properly. Okay, so gonna move you right here. So that is, the center is now basically directly over those hot coals. I don't want to burn the sides, but I think the side that was getting closest to burnt is the part that's like furthest away from the heat, so I think it's okay. But all right, let's get those under there, and then I'm gonna put the aluminum tray back on, and hopefully that'll. Oh shit! Yeah, I definitely just knocked over my bottle of. Okay, I'm gonna have to clean this. I knocked it. The good news is I drank most of the scotch out of this glass already, but I definitely knocked out the rest. So that's unfortunate. Okay. Let's. Can I touch this aluminum tray yet? Yeah. All right, let me put the rest of this on here. And here's hoping this cooks properly. Okay. Well, now I need to clean my glass because now it's dirty and has no scotch in it. That's very sad. Oh. Now you were saying earlier, like, oh, streamer, it's still really light outside. Well, it's not light outside anymore, isn't it? The camera does some impressive tricks to make it look lighter than it actually is, but in reality, it was getting pretty dark there, so. All right. Where did I just put that glass? Put it somewhere. Where are you, chat? There you are. Oh, yeah. Too many coals? I mean, we'll see. Admittedly, I'm just YOLOing it right now. Cut me off? Nah, it's just... The thing that always happens during camping streams is that you always end up having... You don't have enough surfaces to put stuff on. You never have enough flat surfaces to lay stuff on in a way where you can just reliably have it sit there without it getting dirty or it getting messed up. All right, where did I just put that glass? There we go. All right, well, I guess it's a pretty good excuse to just pour ourselves another glass here. Huh? Let me clean this off real quick. Yeah, by the way, the beef Wellington, I think it's done. So, I mean, we're going to try that pretty soon. But ideally, I want to try the corn pudding at the same time. I'm actually surprised. I honestly thought, like, during this entire process that I'd be more worried about the beef Wellington, it cooking enough. And I was concerned that the dough wasn't going to, like, cook fast enough. But in reality, at least from what I can tell, it cooked fine. And if anything, the main problem is that the center of this corn pudding isn't really setting, which I thought it'd be fine, to be honest. So that's a little surprising, but okay. A little water to this glass here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the water here. Pour that out. Clean it up with a paper towel. All right, it's Gucci. As far as I can tell, that's good enough to pour another little cheeky little glass right here. So, cheers, chat. Nice. The ash will probably help with the smokiness. No. We cleaned it out pretty well, I think. All right. So, based on what it looked like at when we had like taken off the tray last, I think we probably need another like 10 minutes or so minimum for the corn pudding. For what it's worth, I can hear it sizzling in there. I can hear it sizzling underneath the tray. I don't know if you guys can, but I certainly can. So, in theory, the thing should be happening right now, but it's hard to say because, this is obviously a very inexact science, right? Hold on. Oh, give it a little longer, Chad. Give it a little longer. All right. You know what I am going to do, though? I'm going to add another log to this. I think. Don't want the fire dying. There we go. All right. Oy, 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 oy. S'mores pudding might be the move. S'mores pudding. I mean, the funny thing is I did bring the, I was about to say mats, not the mats. I brought the ingredients for s'mores. I might make them later, but I'm not going to do it on stream. This has been enough as is. It's already, we're what, 4.5 hours into cooking stream and we're still not ready to eat yet. What's up, Dan Pete? Yes, sir, still alive. I know you said you were going to be working, but in fairness, this was always going to be one that was going to take a while, so glad you were able to at least catch the back end. The beef Wellington is already done, in theory. Just waiting for the corn pudding to finish. Do I have any campfire food favorites, campfire food dish list? The funny thing is, I only kind of relatively recently got into campfire cooking. Most of my life, I've been a civilized, basic bitch. I wouldn't really ever cook for a campfire. I only started doing it with these cooking streams like as of a couple years ago when I decided to get to branch out and try to become more creative. So, I did not grow up in a family in an environment that really did a lot of camping. I didn't grow up like in a family that did a lot of like outdoor cooking and a lot of campfire meals. So I don't feel like I've got enough experience to really say like, oh yeah, this is my thing. I mean, of the cooking streams I've done over a campfire, I don't know. I mean, I've done burgers. I mean, those are really good. I've done a lot of fried food. Like I've deep fried like fish and chips. That was really good. I deep fried empanadas like a couple of times. Like last year when I was at the same location, that was good. I deep fried turkey tenders like last month. That was really good. What's up, Wastegated? Thanks, man. Roger, better stay for this tasty surprise. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm hoping I can finish this soon. I don't want to like. I don't know when he goes to bed, but he's an old dude, right? So he probably goes to bed relatively early. So I don't want to like knock on his door at like 11 p.m. or something. I mean, it might be getting late at this point. To be honest, it's already 9:30, right? It might be a little late. Hopefully not. But anyways, I don't know. I feel like I don't have enough camping experience to really truly say like, oh, this is my favorite camping dish. I still need more camping experience of the course of the rest of my life, I guess. Whenever you go out, you always pre-make a lasagna and then heat it up on the fire. Works pretty good. Shit, never tried that, but that sounds nice. Okay. Yeah, camping lasagna. Huh. I mean, anything that's cooked over a campfire, I feel like tastes better. Just because like the smokiness just adds like an extra layer of flavor that like a stove or an oven can't add. So, I mean, shit. Sounds good to me. Lasagna or anything. Put that over a campfire. Whew. Sounds tasty to me. What were there for drinks tonight? Earlier, we enjoyed a growler full of beer from the local brewery Peoples. That was a wheat ale. And then right now we're sipping on some Glendronach 12, a scotch I've tried for the first time. Quite tasty. Cheers. The smoke on it's great. Yeah, smoke just infuses like everything with flavor, right? Might add a little extra cancer to it, but it's delicious, delicious cancer, 100%. lasagna while camping is uncivilized. Fuck it, man. I've made some pretty weird shit over a campfire. I can't judge. As long as it tastes good, who gives a shit? All right, did we check now? Am I one of those burnt ends enjoyers? Dude, burnt ends are like the best. Who wouldn't be? You're saying that you're saying that as if there aren't like people out there who are like, oh, I don't like burnt ends. Like, doesn't everybody like that shit? All right, let me see here. Let me see. I'm gonna put this in a place where I'm not gonna spill it. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see. And we're looking. And we're looking. Oh shit! I think we're looking pretty good, boys. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think we're good. Oh shit. Okay. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Chat. Look at this. Oh yeah, baby. That's the perfect color. The perfect consistency. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh buddy. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh baby. That is fully set. No more liquidiness. Got that golden brown look to it. Let's take that off the fire, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, Goose? Thank you, dude. Okay, where's my oven mitt? This is gonna be hot. Wait. Oh, baby, that's looking good. I'm glad we waited it extra a little bit. Glad we put the coals underneath. That was perfect. All right, I'm going to, meanwhile, off to the side here real quick. Get the table spot set up. Okay. Oh, baby, that looks good. I can't wait to try that. That looks really fucking tasty, man. Okay. Hoi. 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 All right. I'm glad this worked, man. I didn't know if my ghetto oven solution was going to be able to distribute enough heat, but it looks like we're good. All right, come on. Oh, how do we get this out? Thought my pizza peeler was going to be enough, but a little tough to get underneath. All right, hold on. I'll make this work. Oh, that's really hot, dude. Holy shit. Okay. All right, just quick. Come on. Yes. All right, got it. Got it. Oh, baby, come on. Come on, look at that. Oh, yeah. All right. That is looking very tasty. And weirdly fully cooked. Imagine that. Nice. Whew. Okay, chat. I think it's could be time to eat. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't put it on top of the paper towel. I want to burn their table. Okay, cool. Okay, I think it's actually time to eat, chat. I am pretty hungry at this point. I mean, it's been a good 7 hours since I ate anything. Like, I did eat before the stream, but the stream's been going for a good 4.5 hours, so. I think it's about that time. Okay, lift you up. Oh. And then take you right here. Okay, there we go. Let's grab my scotch, let's grab the water, let's grab Joel, and we are ready to dig in. Okay. There's Joel. Not bad. There's scotch. Water. Whew, okay. Oh man. As is the case for really every outdoor stream. That was a lot of work, but I'm really hoping this end result is worth it. I mean, I can tell you, like, based on just like the stuff sitting in front of me, it looks pretty good, but obviously the ultimate taste test is what's going to really matter. All right, chat, here you are. Makes you want cobbler for some reason, dude. I did cobbler like as a something I didn't do on stream. I did it off stream for some friends when I went to a get together. I should do cobbler at some point on stream. Cobbler, I love cobbler. That reminds me of my childhood because my dad used to make cobbler when I was growing up. Cobbler is S tier dessert food, 100%. Okay. Whew. Whew. Oh, that was a lot of work. Okay, I still have an extra plate left over, right? Somewhere in here? Yes, I do. Okay, good news. Whew. All right. I'm looking at my computer, which like only connected to the internet a long time ago. Someone asked, am I in Gary? I'm not, but I'm close-ish, I guess you could say. Whew. All right. So, you can see what we got going on here, right? Move this a little bit this way. Oh, that was hot. All right. So, this is corn pudding, okay? This is, I will admit, kind of very deflated, sad-looking beef Wellington, but it's all about what it tastes like, right? So what say we serve? So I need to get metal spoon. First things first, cheers. You're very bright. Let me turn this light down. Shining in my face, it's a lot. Oh. Over here. Okay, let me turn the light down a little bit. That's okay. That's good. Perfect. Okay, let's try this stuff out, shall we? Whew, that was a lot of work. That was a lot of creativity required for the ghetto oven that we did there, but let's see if it worked out in our favor. Called you very bright. What? Huh? Whew. So, let me take let's get the beef Wellington out first, okay? So this, yeah, I should have had it probably in an apparatus that had a bit better of a space to work with, I guess, if you will, but let's see if we can take this out properly. What do I use? This, I guess? That'll work. Which, I can't remember which was the one that I overfilled with stuffing, but I guess it doesn't matter that much. Take this one out. Oh, no. Oh. All right, we kind of fucked up the bottom of that one. Okay, we're going to take out the other one. That doesn't have the fucked up bottom. Oh. Okay. Okay, the bottom definitely got fucked up. The bottom, weirdly, didn't really get cooked as much as the top, which is surprising because I thought the bottom would get cooked more, and yet, okay. But that's okay. Got this right here. All right. And let's get some corn pudding out of here. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Get that out of there. Ooh, yeah, that looks nice. All right, let me give you, all right, and I'm going to cut into the beef Wellington to give you guys a nice little cross section here to see what we're working with. Now, keep in mind, I've made this beef Wellington before, a while ago, 2 years ago, but I've technically made it before, so I know that it's supposed to be good, but let's test that, shall we? Oh, shit. Oh, steak. All right, good enough. Gotta put it on a rack for the juice to drip and not make it soggy bottom. Yeah, that does make sense when you put it that way. The problem is like the grate that I had on the fire, like if I put it just directly on there, number one, I think it had gotten too hot. Number two, it's nasty as fuck because it's just been outside the whole time. And number three, I'm not sure I could have like kind of scooped it off the grate. But yeah, I get what you're saying. The bottom did get soggy because like the juice is collected at the bottom. That is a bit unfortunate. So next time. But that being said, let's see. Okay, there you go. There's the kind of okay. I will say the fillet cooked a little bit more than you ideally probably want. At least this corner. It's not like horribly overdone, but I'd call this. Yeah, it's like medium well. That's a little more than you prefer. I'm actually kind of surprised it cooked that much because like when you looked at the corn pudding, you could tell that the center wasn't really cooked all that much. So it's a little surprising that the center of this ended up cooking so much. But I mean, whatever. It's gonna be good. More cooked than I prefer. I usually prefer medium rare. So this is closer to medium well. But that being said, let me get the full experience, not just the piece of filet. I get the feeling it's still gonna be pretty good. Still good. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. The buttery, flaky biscuit kind of carries hard. Like I didn't use puff pastry, I just use like the pre-packaged, like store-bought biscuits that come in the little like poppable can. Those on their own just are so good. So this carries so hard when like you include that as like the quote-quote crust. Frankly, even without the filet, it's already just like, whew. Little rack on the sheet tray is clutch. Yeah, in the future. Yeah, for sure. I think I would ditch the pie pan and probably go for like some sort of like little metal grate situation. 100%. You're right, for sure. But that's all right. Still good. What's up, Beard of Zeus coming up with the 10 gifted. Oh shit! Thank you, dude. Your 10 gifted will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and a tasty beef Wellington fund. Thank you, dude. This little bite for you. Yeah, you can see. Once again, it's not as rare in the inside as it probably should be, but is it bad? No. Gotta try the corn pudding in a sec. I mean, the funny thing is, like, I'm fixating on, like, oh, well, it's, how's it cooked? Like, how's the steak cooked? Because, like, obviously everybody who ever tries steak wants to fixate on how exactly you cook your steak, which I do too, because I'm pretentious as fuck. But in reality, that's really good, man. That was really tasty. Especially for this, like, ghetto campfire oven setup. Yeah. Looks moist as hell for this cook temp. Well, the funny thing is, I don't even know what the temperature in there was. Like, you would think it'd be really hot, right? Because, like, oh, campfire, right? But, like, I was using indirect heat, so, like, the campfire itself is, of course, really hot, but, like, what was the temperature of our indirect heat oven? I don't actually know, to be honest. Probably, I guess what you describe as, like, standard oven range of temperature, but that is one tricky thing about campfire cooking, right? Like, you don't know the exact, well, okay, in theory you can get a thermometer, but, like, I'm not that fancy. You kind of just have to assume, like, well, it's hot, right? Like, how hot is it? I don't know. Is this sprinkling? God damn it, it's actually sprinkling out here. What the fuck? Excuse me? It's definitely not supposed to rain at this point tonight. It might have showered earlier. What the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ. Can you see this? I can see it. Call John Weather. Wow, you can see it. Okay. Can we not? It's if anything at worst, it's like a passing shower. It's not supposed to like pour tonight, but like, can we not do this, please? I'm under a tree right now, so like I'm not getting like drenched or anything, but like, let's not. Okay. Anyways, sorry. I'm kind of just sitting here enjoying my dinner. Let me try the corn pudding. All right, I haven't tried this yet. All right, corn pudding. Here it goes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That was good. Ooh, my. Oh. I'll be ooh. I'll be the first to admit, the beef Wellington a little soggy on the bottom. We already kind of went over why that's the case and how you could have done better. But the corn pudding, that is really tasty, man. That I added some like mesquite seasoning to it. So use some masa harina, aka like corn flour instead of wheat flour. Obviously, put actual corn in it, bacon, onions. That is extremely tasty. Like I've had corn pudding before, and like even just like kind of normie corn pudding is already really good. This just like enhances the experience. It's got like the bacon, especially. Oh. That's good stuff, boys and girls. It's cooked well too. Like I was worried like, oh shit, the outside's cooking too fast. Oh, the middle's not cooking fast enough. But ultimately, when we added those coals, I guess both on top and the center, and like underneath on the center eventually, the center, like I got a little portion of the center as well. Here, I got a little portion of the center here too. I mean, it's a little less cooked than the outsides, but like not in a way where it's like not cooked. It's still cooked and still really good. Oh, yeah. Exclamation point recipes, kids, if you want the recipes that I'm using tonight. I'd recommend both. Now, the Wellington, 100% you should cook in an oven. Don't be dumb and cook it over a campfire. It's a little hard to cook over a campfire. It's not like I ruined it or anything. It's still really tasty, but admittedly, if you're going to buy filet mignons, you might as well, like, give yourself the best possible chance for success, right? This is still extremely tasty, and I will eat the hell out of this. But could it have been done better? Like, could the bottom have been less soggy? Yeah, for sure. But the corn pudding, that was a good one. Also, thankfully, just a passing shower. It already stopped raining, so we're Gucci. Rain can't hurt the sog. Yeah, no, it was just a quick little thing. I think we're Gucci. It's not supposed to pour tonight. If anything, we're supposed to be like a passing shower or two. So I guess I would qualify as a passing shower. We're Gucci. So, there you go. Let me give you a little final cross section of what we're looking at here. Oh, I dropped my fork. Okay. Where is my fork? I found it. All right. Yep. I have to clean that off now. Rain was a blessing. I don't have to shower now. I'm definitely gonna be pretty sweaty by the end of the night, to the point where even when I hop in my sleeping bag, it's gonna be a little greasy, but that's all right. Okay. So, let me give you a final little cross-section of what we're doing here before we'll probably call it a night, but I'd call it a success. I don't know. Here's the cross-section of the, I guess, half-eaten meal now. I mean, looks pretty good to me. The buttery biscuit dough is like, it speaks for itself, right? Like, I'm sure everyone's had those buttery biscuits from just like the little, not Play-Doh, the, whatever, you get it. The biscuit dough person thing. That's tasty on its own, and of course the filet inside was Pillsbury. There we go. And then the corn pudding. Oh, with the bacon bits in there too. Oh, that's really good. 100% would recommend making that And of course, you can probably make it better than I did if you actually make it in an actual oven with controlled temperatures. So, would recommend. Would recommend, boys. Okay, I think we'll call it a stream here. I'm going to enjoy the rest of this dinner on my own. Enjoy the, I guess, observed birthday that I still get to enjoy for the final 2 more hours of tonight. Oh, mukbang, please? Nah, dude. That's only once I get desperate. Once my WoW streaming career dies, then we'll get more desperate and then maybe turn to that. All right, one more taste of the corn pudding. Look, I'm not going to lie. I'm always biased whenever I finish cooking something on stream where it's just like, after all the work and time I put into it, I feel like it always tastes better after doing all that, but look, I'm not going to say this is life-changing, like, oh my god, these are flavors I've never tried before, but man, I love corn pudding. I've tried it plenty of times before, and this hits that exact spot, baby. All right. Set some traps around the tent just in case I'm roaming Alliance rogues. Nah, dude, I'm sleeping in my murder cabin tonight. No need for that. What is that behind me? Bro. Behind me, if you actually want to know, is like some sort of like industrial plant. Like right behind this park is like some big ol' industrial factory plant thingy that is like has nothing to do with nature at all. So it's like this thin veneer of trees that makes it look like I'm in the wilderness. In reality, though, it's like it's not at all. Anyways, guys, that was fun. I enjoyed myself. I'm glad that it worked out to the point where I got something edible. I'll admit that's not the most aesthetic beef Wellington ever. The bottom could have been cooked more. The bottom was a little soggy. That could have been better, but I think that's mostly solved by not having like a contained tray that you cook it in, more something like would have like be able to drip down. That makes sense. Corn pudding on fucking point. No notes. Very tasty. Scotch, quite tasty. Not my normal preferred type of scotch, and would I ever go out of my way to pay for it again where instead of getting a peaty scotch? Probably not. But it's still good. Like shit, I'm still going to drink it and I'm still going to enjoy it. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Oh, it's fun watching me enjoy creations. Now get after those s'mores. Yeah, dude, I got that later. That'll be for me and me only. So, fair enough. So, anyways, guys, I'll be back tomorrow. Stream tomorrow should, in theory, we'll see. I mean, I'll let you know if otherwise, but in theory, it should start regular time tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern time, 1700 CET. That's going to be, let's see, what are we doing tomorrow? Probably some Hilla dungeons, either going to do dungeons or maybe like do like Save the Princess by dual boxing that, something like that. And then we'll do ZGs with FSP, and then we'll do a Nex on the main Pumper Warrior on Era. Should be fun. Cool. And then, I don't know. That's tomorrow. We'll figure out the rest. So, you guys can do exclamation point Discord in the chat if you like joining my Discord. It's a place where I post stream news, stream announcements. Anytime I go live, I'll make sure to ping you guys. It's a place where you can ask me something like, streamer, when's the next cooking stream? I can say with absolute certainty early June. I've got one planned already for that, a little adventure for that. Might try to do one before that, though. We'll see. But 100% early June. So you got that to look forward to. Otherwise, appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys keeping chat lively, as always. Thank you for the birthday wishes. It is technically the day after my birthday, but I was observing it today, so I had fun. This is tasty food. I will continue to enjoy tasty food even after stream is over, so good news. And when's the next birthday stream? Hopefully never. Hopefully I've just stayed the same age for the rest of the time. I don't need to get older at this point. I'm fine with just staying as is. If we just decide to prolong the next birthday until eternities from now, then I'm not going to complain. Oh, I'm going to have more of this, by the way, after the stream's over. I got to do the awkward process of getting up and actually turning the camera off. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys keeping chat late. As always, blah, blah, blah. If you're NA, have a good rest of the night. EU, good rest of the morning. If you're OC, have a good rest of the afternoon. And I will catch you guys tomorrow for, I don't know, not cooking stream, but something comfy nonetheless. I will see you guys then. Bye.